newly elected members, staff, public, both here and online, to our first full KDC meeting of the new Triennium. Please be reminded that this is a formal meeting and public attendees cannot interject or speak to this meeting. The first item is apologies.
Excuse me, just before we start, through the chair, may I say the karakia?
Councillor Paniora, you cannot interrupt. You cannot interrupt, I'm sorry.
Before the meeting starts, it's tinanga to start a meeting with a karakia.
Okay, I'll address that. This is a council which is full of people who are non-religious, religious, of different ethnicities, and I intend to run a secular council here which respects everybody, and I will not be veering from that. Thank you. Now, can we have a...
I don't agree with that.
Sorry, you cannot interject. Can I have apologies, please?
Excuse me, for those that do practice...
Councillor Kaihu, you are not allowed to speak in this manner. We'll continue with our meeting. Apologies, please.
It doesn't really feel like a meeting.
No apologies. We've moved to 1.2, conflict of interest declaration. Are there any? No. Presentations and petitions. Do you speak to this, Mr. Dawson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll welcome Victoria Delavaris Woodcock, and she'll be presenting to council on the power line undergrounding of power lines on the Kaihu Valley Trail. Standing orders provides for 5 minutes, for up to 5 minutes for speaking time, and elected members can follow on with questions after that at the discretion of the chair.
Can I have a mover, please?
I'll move.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Can I have a second? Thank you, Councillor Naya. It's with great pleasure that I welcome Victoria Delavaris Woodcock to address the meeting. She is someone I admire because of her courage to stand by her convictions. And I welcome you here to the council. Victoria, it's all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Jepson and councillors. Good morning, and good morning to everybody. It gives me great pleasure to be part of the democratic process of local government by presenting this petition. The petition asks that this council, the new council, rescinds a decision that was made by the last council to grant easement to Mercury Energy to erect transmission power lines along 1.8 kilometres of the rail corridor, which council manages for the Crown. And that decision was made on the 28th of September, and the decision makers around the table, 4 of them abstained, which was highly unusual, and I believe not so democratic. And that decision to grant the easement for $40,000 was the consideration paid, with Mercury Energy offering another $40,000 to the council to use for promotion of the future Kaihu Valley Trail. And so subsequent to that meeting, there was an article in the Northern Advocate, so it was picked up by the media, and the comment was made that it was unusual for so many abstentions. So the petition asks this council to rescind that decision and to go back to the negotiation table with Mercury Energy and to require of them to underground the cables and create a win-win for the community, who will benefit from the economic prosperity and well-being that will come from the tourism opportunities and health and recreational opportunities of the trail. It is unequivocal and proven around the country that psychotourism and walking tourism, ecotourism, has brought untold benefits to small regional economies. It will be a win for the environment, including migratory birds who have a heightened risk of collision with the erected transmission power lines. It will be a win for walkers and cyclists that won't be put off by the vibration and auditory hostility of the sound of electrical wires when they hum. It will protect the visual, social, economic and cultural amenity values of that very beautiful, outstanding valley that we have there in Kaihu. It will be a reputational win for Mercury Energy, and it will be a reputational win for the Kaipara District Council. When I was a councillor, our council made an historic decision to rescind a former decision that was made. So I have that knowledge that it is within the council's potential to do that when they have new information that comes to them as decision makers. And there is a piece of new information that I'd like to share that I think has great bearing on this petition and plea to the decision makers today. And that is in this financial year, Mercury Energy posted an unusual net profit of $469 million. I also would like to end my presentation with the comment that in outstanding and natural environments such as the Kaihu Valley represents, with its beautiful, that part where the power lines are intended to be erected, that is a heartland rural scenery and environment and atmosphere. So you have around you, the river and a raceway of poplar trees, and you have the arable, the farming green rolling hills, and Tutamoi in your sights in the distance. And I will finish with a comment for you to reflect on, that in New Zealand, in our resource management, when developers are putting in new development in pristine, outstanding landscapes, they are always required to underground the utility cables and preserve the beauty of our environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Victoria. That was excellent. Would members, the elected members, wish to ask some questions, please?
Yes, I would.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We talk about the $40,000 contribution for the easement, and also donation of $40,000 for marketing promotion. Do you have any sense that those funds would be in jeopardy if we go underground? And also, you talk about the council promoting. I thought that's very much in the realms of Northern Link also.
The Kaihu Valley Trail is a hero project that was put forward by this council, and it dates back to 2009 when the first idea for a Dargaville to Donnelly's crossing cycleway came into being. So it's a long time. So it's a council project. Northland Inc. is, as a CCO of our council, is undertaking work for economic development, purposes for promotion. But this is your power as decision makers, as the mayor and as councillors, to activate this plea from me and my fellow petitioners. So you have received in your agenda a paper copy of the the petition and 23 signatories. And also I will follow up with the email change.org petition, which when I last checked had 155 signatories. And that was a full complement of information. So the signatures and the petitioners signed this petition for economic justice, because here we have private interests that will make, a profit as they should do, but they also, I believe, and many other people, for their social license and their social corporate responsibility, could afford to do the right thing for this and leave intact the potential of the Kaihu Valley Trail.
Thank you, Victoria. Further questions? Mr. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question to the petitioner would be, what if, because it seems that the profitability of Mercury features quite largely in the arguments being made, what difference would it make to the case about undergrounding if, say, their net profit was only 46 million? So.
Well, I don't understand the point of that question, number one. But number two, what I have reflected on is that you, the council decision makers, are actually us. And it's about time, I think, in New Zealand, that decision makers of government, of local government, act for the people and stop selling us out so cheaply to huge, very wealthy global corporate interests who have the financial means to do the right thing, which I am not an engineer. I'm not aware of the exact gains for efficiency, but I can imagine over a period of 10, 20, 30 years, the issues of the overhead power lines become an issue of maintenance, where if they're underground, it's the axiom of do it once and do it well.
Could I ask my question a different way then? Supposing Mercury was a not-for-profit organisation that was financially viable but didn't actually have a tax on a profit, would that make any difference to your concerns that you have?
I find that question slightly paradoxical. Mercury Energy is not a not-for-profit, and I cannot address any such fantasy realm with an answer.
I was just trying to get to the nub of the reason for profitability against this issue here. The other question I have is there any information available about the difference in power loss through undergrounding as opposed to overhead wires, which is better as far as that goes?
No, as I said, I am not a civil engineer. I do not know. I could just imagine that over time, there may be gains efficiency-wise and financially for having the cables buried.
Okay, thank you.
They don't have maintenance.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Any further questions from Ian?
Just a very novice questions to you, Victoria. It's a nice petition, but I'm just amazed. It went overseas as well. There are a lot of Australians and UK and all. Yes. They would not be aware of the topography of Kaihu Valley, what's happening there, right?
No, and so knowing that my petition was going to be on the internet and have a global audience, I gave a fulsome explanation with links for potential petitioners or signatories so that they could see the chronology of events from the decision on the 28th of September 2022. And it was, as I read here, the list of the 155 signatories and people who signed. I am pleased to see so many local people, but also, as you say, Councillor,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lambeth.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Ms Woodcock, the proposed route for the power line or the cabling or the underground cabling, is there an alternative route? If we put the pressure on them, will they simply just go to the next cheapest bidder or do they have to cross that trail at some stage?
So the wind farm that the transmission line will supply is in Babylon Post Road, will come in from there. So I am aware from the information that Mercury provided on the 28th of September that there is the alternative to do the transmission power lines along State Highway 12 and also to bury them. So that's two options. And then there is also, of course, the possibility of changing the route or wherever they come across. But I cannot answer that. It's under negotiation from what I understand with the council, and that's something you'd have to ask them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, is there a mover's statement, Mr Howard?
No, I have no further.
Seconder, Mr Nair, is there a comment?
Sorry?
Is the seconder, do you wish to make further statement?
No, I think it will be considered by the council in the usual course, and good luck. Thank you.
Okay, put the motion to the vote.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, I'd like to make a statement, thank you.
Certainly, Councillor Larson.
Do we not? It's a motion.
My apologies, certainly, Mr Larson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, thank you for your presentation, Victoria. I also commend you for your courage to bring this matter back to the council, and it's a lot of work for you to have done that on behalf of the community. Having been through the demands of being on council yourself, to have to continue to patch something up is a lot of effort. So thank you for bringing it back to us, and I think you raised some very valid points. I think that the previous decision that was made was a decision of council, but as you've alluded to, it perhaps wasn't quite as convincing as it might have been democratically. And I look forward to hearing back from council staff in February and finding a way forward with this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Any further statements? Thank you, Councillor Larson. We can put this to the vote. Those in favour, raise your hands and say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried. Next on the agenda is the fun part. That is elected member maiden speeches. And so I'd like to introduce the first speaker, and will be Councillor Williams.
I would like to start by expressing my thanks to everyone who voted in our local body elections, especially our Kaihu Valley ward communities. Thank you for taking the time to vote for your 3 ward representatives. Every vote counts, and I am grateful to those that supported me during my campaign. We have a form of representative democracy in New Zealand where we select our representatives through the election process. The word democracy comes from the Greek words demos, meaning people, and kratos, power. So democracy can be thought of as power of the people, a way of governing which depends on the will of the people. In light of the current government reforms, we are starting our new 3-year term in a time of uncertainty and of many challenges. We don't know where it will all land, so we can only work through this time of change together as best we can. Our aim should be the betterment of our communities, listening and engaging with our ratepayers and residents, creating a balanced environment, green space and amenities for our communities to enjoy, whilst managing growth and development which is currently outpacing us in Mangawai. We must foster fairness, honesty, accountability, and strive to make financially sound decisions on behalf of the district. With the cost of living crisis and ongoing financial challenges that we face, we must give serious consideration to our community's wellbeing as we move into next year. There are interesting times ahead, but by working together with common goals, I hope we will make a real difference over the next 3 years.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Could we ask for a little bit more volume if possible? Next on my list is Councillor Paniora.
Thank you, Mayor. Seeing as I wasn't able to do the karakia this morning, it's better late than never. So, kai inui tātou, kia tātou katoa, te ata whai o tō tātou araki, hui kurai te me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhina taitanga ki te wairoa tapu, ake, āmene.
Kia ora.
Ko tuka te maunga, ko wairo te awa, ko mahu ki te rangi te waka, ko te hauranga te marae, ko te roroa me Ngāti Whātua te iwi, koe Parapani ora toku ingoa. Tēnā koutou e aku rangatira. Tuarua ki ngā mate, haere atura. He mihi ki te hapu o mangawhai, te uri o hau, tēnā koutou. Kia tātou e tau nei, ka nui taku mihi. Ko taku hia ki te wāhanga tuatahi, kia noho pono hei kai wāwau, mō ngā kaupapa me ngā take e ngā kau, nui ana ki te kaipara, pērā ki te taiao, ngā tangata me te whakaruru whare. I feel so incredibly grateful and honoured to have been chosen by our people to represent us as the very first councillor of Te Moana Nui o Kaipara Ward. During my campaign, I promised to fiercely advocate for the things that matter to Māori in the Kaipara, including the environment, people and affordable housing. And I say to you today that I will honour that promise. I will lead with integrity, transparency and honesty, and am committed to making transformational positive impacts in areas that will advance our people. Funnily enough, a year and a half ago, during my time as a trustee of Te Roroa, I proposed a name for this newly enacted ward and it was accepted. So I thought I would share with you all today the meaning behind the name Te Moana Nui, because I think that the whakaaro, or the thoughts behind it, are more relevant this term than I ever would have imagined. It has a dual meaning. The first is the literal translation. Te Moana means the ocean, and the word nui, although it has about 20 or more meanings, in this instance means vast. I thought the vast oceans was fitting because of the geographic area of the Kaipara district, covering many Māori and their affiliations, and spanning from the waters of the west coast to the waters of the east coast, and from the Tasman to the South Pacific. The moana itself is important to all people and to our well-being. Whilst Te Reo Māori often has one word to describe many English words, Te Reo has a specific and numerous words for water because of its importance to us. The second part of its dual meaning is to acknowledge Tāreha Te Moana Nui, who was the chief of Ngāti Kahungunu and the first Māori to ever speak Te Reo in Parliament after successfully obtaining one of the 4 newly enacted Māori seats. In 1868, in his maiden speech, he was quoted as having urged the government to enact wise laws and to promote good for Māori and Pākehā to work together. We have come a long way since then, but still have a long way to go if our statistics are anything to go by. For me, this seat represents an opportunity to honour, embrace and celebrate the bicultural foundations upon which Aotearoa New Zealand was established. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Tēnā mai nā iwi, au me tātou e. Tēnā mai nā iwi, au me tātou e nā iwi, kia tāpatahi, kia
Within 5 minutes.
It's been completed, Mr. Burnham, so as it's a formal meeting, I would ask you to not interject. Thank you.
It's all inside 5 minutes anyway, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, within the 5 minutes, okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Paniora. Could I move to the next maiden speech, which is Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I would like to thank all the people who supported me in my quest for mayoralty as well as the ward, and also who could not, for whatever reasons, including non-receipt of voting papers, postal delays, and or lack of voting facilities. I'll work alongside all other councillors towards a more convenient and dependable voting system in the next election. Secondly, I would like to remind people of promises in my manifestos at times, including Mr. Mayor, to reinforce integrity and confidence in the council. For me, being on the council is not a job, but it's a commitment which we made to the people of Kaipara, and we must hold true to that. I'm looking for economic growth of Kaipara, with each region getting a fair share of it. I'm honest in saying that unbridled growth of any region, including Mangawhai, will create problems for both present and future generations. Infrastructure must keep pace with the growth. Areas in the belt from Kaiwaka to Dargaville need focus of attention and must be supported wholeheartedly. I'm looking for reduction of wasteful spending on unviable and wishy-washy projects. As promised, I'll fight for reduction of spending on outside consultants with the help of the council and rely on local wealth of experience in the community. The savings will go towards possible reduction of rates, better waste management system. Sorry, this is technology. Hopefully I can get there. The time is running out though, isn't it?
Anytime.
I will use the old technology of this and community-oriented projects. We must focus on providing both for elderly and youth. In the journey of honoring our promises to the people, we would need help of the council staff. They're not our rivals, but they are co-passengers. We must work together to ensure better service, better value to our ratepayers, which I state as shareholders. I believe we should learn from our past mistakes made by this council, as well as other council, like you would know WDC, whereby a lot of money is being spent on professional services of consultants and lawyers to fight genuine objections raised by the ratepayers, council's unreasonable demands. The case in point is the 6.2 million for WDC, and I guess we have history of that as well. Instead of culture of you versus I, we should try to empower the council, employees with common sense and reasonable discretion, deciding issues with low monetary significance. For example, water bills. Having worked for decades in corporate culture of service, I have found that customer is always right. The ratepayers are our customers, besides being shareholders. So they definitely deserve a better deal. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and all co-councillors, and best wishes for the journey towards a vibrant Kaipara with commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Nair. Can I now ask for councillor Manderson to give a maiden speech if he wishes?
Sorry, what?
Councillor Manderson, would you like to give a maiden speech?
No, thank you.
Thank you, councillor Manderson. I move to councillor Lambeth. Would you like to give a maiden speech?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I campaigned on a very narrow field related to the district plan and the growth in Dargaville and the Wairau ward. I made no apologies for that. I'm passionate about that area, and I will not pull out any stops to make sure that that area thrives. It is not to the detriment of any other area in the Kaipara, however. It was in sheer frustration in seeing the difference in the proposed district plan draft compared to 2.5 years of consultation that the public and business people undertook that preceded us, and the disparity between the two that encouraged my electoral submission. Dargaville has no growth due to lack of adequate zoning to accommodate residential, commercial and industrial developments. Being 45 minutes from Whangarei has been a blessing and a curse. People are travelling to Whangarei for a lot of the services now. Dargaville's industry leaders are begging for council to provide adequate industrial zoning. Less than a 2% commercial vacancy rate is the lowest in Northern and putting pressure on retail in the service sector. Residential is worse, with Dargaville having a 1.5% vacancy rate of housing. This is one of the lowest in the country. It has created a housing crisis in the town that is affecting businesses' growth. We've seen dramatic increases in housing costs, both reflected in purchasing prices and rental values. RNZA figures have shown a 96% rise in medium house prices in the town in a 12-month period from February 2017 to 2018, and that trend has continued through the pandemic years. Dargaville's population is 5,240 at present, and that's a 2.3% increase. It's almost caught up to Mangawhai's. Despite this, school rolls are dropping, with young families having their rental properties sold out from underneath them from the grave wave from the south. The township can handle growth, has sufficient schooling and basic services. Dargaville is not a dying town, contrary to what some people's views. Its productivity is at 2.5%, while nationally it is negative 1.4%. Kaipara, while on one side is reliant on sheer volume of agriculture, which has been estimated to be 3 times the national GDP, the eastern side of the district, the GDP is also high, but mainly centred around construction, which is supported financially from Auckland City residents' wealth. For decades, I have been with organisations that have created more and more working parties to develop strategies in an attempt to try and make the organisation more efficient and effective. I have, with absolute frustration and amazement, in every plan they have come up with, have witnessed the opposite to happen. Many people within these organisations do simply not have the ability to recognise a lean operating system. It is not their fault. They're a product, and in many cases, intergenerational employment within the public sector. They have never been taught or experienced anything different. The public sector has a complete, if not opposite, view of productivity than what the private sector has. We have the lowest productivity rate of OECD countries. We are working the most hours in New Zealand generally. Our small country, with all its advantages, left us with a system of non-competition within the fields they are dealing with. At the same time, central and local government departments are growing larger beyond the rate of population growth, and all of these extra staff are paid well above the average wage, and they back up all their growing empires with ever-increasing legislation to the general public to conform. Staff within these offices have become so risk-adverse that it has been stifling. We do not have to follow the sheep. My challenge to you is not only to fellow councillors, but also to the management of the council to take a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to use a change in direction that has been given to us by the council and its residents and ratepayers to get this moving. We will be judged on productivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lambeth.
47.
Next, for the maiden speech is Councillor Howard.
May I stand?
Certainly can.
Thank you. Helps the lungs. Greetings all. May I start by sincerely thanking all of the constituents, but not just of this ward, but of the whole of our district, for their support for myself and for our council. I can say I feel immensely positive and proud to start on this journey. Almost exactly 12 years ago to the day, I stood in front of the AGM of the Mangawhai Golf Club as their newly elected president. It does seem an awful long time ago. I stood there for that because I wanted to contribute to the community. I wanted to contribute to a golf club that I felt a lot about. I knew that we needed to do a lot with relationships with the community, to make that golf course the best it could be in contributing to the welfare of the community. Not far off, 9 years ago, I stood and was elected to the board of Golf New Zealand. What is now known as Golf New Zealand, it was New Zealand Golf. I did that because, again, relationships were a key element. We had to build relationships with our stakeholders, majorly. And it's very pleasing to have seen and been very much a part of a journey on building these relationships, to have completed that this year. Sit down now after 9 years, 3 terms, it's all we can do. And the partnership process has taken a wonderful, wonderful turn from being almost separate to this year engaging with a lot of over 60% of our owners, our stakeholders, our districts, and important groups such as the PGA of New Zealand. And most recently, I'm very proud to say, Maori Golf New Zealand, who are in partnership operationally with New Zealand Golf. It is a major coming together. It has been wonderful. And so too, KDC. I stood because I wanted to contribute to the community. I wanted to share what I could hopefully be able to share. Relationships are key. There is no east versus west, west versus east. As far as I'm concerned, we are here for the whole group. We have to learn. I have to learn more about what happens on the West Coast, and I'll do that. But I think that is important, that we look at it openly. And so relationships are absolutely key across the board, and that is what I will certainly work towards. In my time, I will also be looking to continue the process of the democracy that we all understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. That brings to the end our maiden speeches. Next on the agenda is confirmation of the previous minutes. I'd like to move a motion to that recommendation.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Mr. Dawson, do you need to speak to that?
No, we present them as
as read. Are there any matters arising from the minutes? No? All right, we'll put that to the vote. Yeah. All those in favour, raise their hands and say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Thank you. We move to the next item, which is committee structure, membership and outside appointments for the 2022-25 triennium. And I would like to move to the move for the recommendation. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, councillor Larson. Mr. Dawson will talk about it.
If you would like to speak to your item as the owner of this, and then go to statements, and then questions for clarification statements.
Okay, Kaihu District Council's committee structure, the committee membership and chairs, the external appointments for the new triennium are set out in the attached documents. Much of the committee structures remain from the previous triennium. To enhance economic growth throughout our district, an economic development committee has been introduced. In selecting appointments, consideration has been given to proportioning workloads, acknowledging experience and talents, and recognising local knowledge councillors have within their wards. I look forward to the KDC elected members and staff working together to improve all of our district's economic and social wellbeing. I'd like the staff to speak to the report. Is there any comments you want to make?
No comments.
Maris, no comment?
Through you, Mr Mayor, no, you've exercised your powers, it's there in front of you, it's up to the council to agree.
Okay, I have questions from elected members, please. Councillor Erin Wilson.
Hello. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would actually just like to ask, I see that your recommendation here is to disestablish the joint Harding Park Kōtua Te Rangi Committee into two separate committees. I'd be interested in your recommendation for that.
Certainly. I'll just go through that. I've received correspondence from Reno Skipper, Chairman of Te Uri Ohau Settlement Trust, and a letter on behalf of Robert and Hal Harding, which was authored in the name of Penny Smart, former Chair of the NRC. I've also received comment from others within the community who wish for a separation of the two entities. Community views do differ on this matter. I make the following comments. The significance and engagement policy does not apply in this matter, as I have used Section 41 under the Local Government Act. In separating the committees, I intend to give each autonomy to make decisions to best serve their individual responsibilities. Te Uri Ohau Claims Settlement Act 2002 requires the appointment of a joint administering body for Putu o Te Rangi, comprised of 3 persons nominated by Te Uri Ohau governance entity and 3 persons nominated by the KDC. It also requires that the chair of the joint administering body always be one of the Te Uri Ohau nominees, and that the chair has a casting vote. This leaves all decision making that, when combined by committee with the Harding Park and Old Mount Wesley Cemetery Reserve areas, allows a casting vote by Te Uri Ohau. This situation was not allowed for nor anticipated by the legislation. I see that 2 separate committees will avoid any future disagreement that may occur within the current structure. Kaihu District Council is meeting its obligations under the Reserve Act as there is one for iwi-owned land, the PA, and Harding Park, which is council-owned land. It is clearly noted in the RNP for this area that the two are separate but under one cover page. Kaipara District Council has also appointed elected members to the Putu Aotearangi Joint Management Committee, giving effect to the obligations under the Settlement Act of the PAR site. Finally, the separation of the committees does not preclude cooperation and does not prevent the continuation of the good faith that exists under the Memorandum of Understanding and KDC. And I look forward to discussion and meeting with Te Uriahau that can benefit the iwi via the Memorandum of Understanding. Thank you.
Through the Chair, Your Honour. I'd like to move an amendment that the 2019-2022 governance structure model for Harding Park, Mount Wesley Cemetery, Pouturangi Joint Committee and the KDC Park terms of reference remain in place for the 2022 to 2025 triennium.
Mr. Maris, would you like to address that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so she hasn't spoken to this item, Councillor Paniora, so she has the ability to move an amendment. So you need to seek a seconder for that amendment at this stage, and we'll need the words for this to put on the screen.
Can you, sorry, through the chair, Alana, can we get the proposed text?
That's the direct wording from A of the preferred option of the Harding letter to council.
Thank you, Councillor Paniora. Have we got a seconder?
I'll second it, thank you.
Seconder.
I did also have another question though. Am I allowed to still ask a question?
You can ask questions.
A question from Councillor Wilson-Donald.
Yeah, thank you. So just in response to, just following on from the response that you gave, Mr. Mayor, you just said at the beginning of your pre-prepared speech there that you'd received correspondence from Te Uriahau, the Harding family and other members of the public. But sorry, can you just clarify what direction those letters were giving you? Or giving us as a council?
Clarify what?
Sorry, you just said you'd received letters from Te Uriahau, the Harding
From Te Uriahau.
and other members of the council. So were they all in support of what is proposed? Were some, can you just clarify, just
Correspondence I've had by letters with the correspondence I've had from the Harding family via Penny Smart, and the letter I've had from Te Uriahau disagree with my decision. Yeah.
okay. And are we able to be privy to the communications of support? Just because we were copied in on those others, but we didn't know about any.
They're not in writing. They're through discussion. So we have a seconder. So invite staff to speak to this report.
Mr. Mayor, through you, so what happens now is there's an amendment on the table, just to give everybody clarity about where we're at. So the amendment needs to be dealt with before and voted on before you move to the substantive motion, okay? So effectively, Mr. Mayor, what you need to do there is Councillor Paniora has 5 minutes to speak to that, to introduce her amendment. And then you offer questions at that point or answers, and then elected members may speak to that amendment before you vote on it.
Right. So have you got any further things to say there, Councillor Paniora?
Yes, Your Honour. So, sorry.
I won't try you.
So the reasons are, I agree with both the letters that were received by the Harding family and Te Uriahau Settlement Trust. I endorse the reasons outlined in these letters. These are two of the fundamental stakeholders, in my view, that are requesting that the committee remains as a jointly managed committee, citing the lack of consideration and consultation in making this decision. I note that you've said that there is no third letter available and that those parties have spoken to you individually. Those same conversations were not open to our other two key stakeholders. I note that the Hardings have their family urupa or cemetery located on that site, and that site is also of significance to Te Uriahau, given that it is a PAR site and a historic reserve. It's under the statutory recognitions, the list goes on. I just want to draw a couple of key points from each of those letters. Firstly, the letter from Te Urioho Settlement Trust setting out that they are the beneficiaries of that area, and that in regard to the governance committee, they have highlighted that over 2 decades, Māori and Pākehā in the Dargaville area have been working together on Poutu Te Rangi and Harding Park. Therefore, it is concerning to see that the statement that for the 2022 to 25 triennium, it has been decided to de-establish the governance model used in the previous triennium without lack of consultation or consideration to the 2 key stakeholders, the Harding Park Committee and the Statutory Committee, therefore operating as separate committees. The Harding family is on both of the committees, and they note that that is inefficient for them to have to read 2 agendas and attend 2 separate 2 to 3 hour meetings each quarter, and that in September 2022, the council approved the Poutu o Te Rangi, Harding Park and Old Mount Wesley Cemetery Reserve Management Plans. A number of hours, time and dedication was spent and put into that reserve management plan, including consultation with the public. The first page of this plan is a mihi from our kaumātua, Rex Nathan, who also sits on the committee, acknowledging mana whenua's relationship with the entire site. Te Urioho implores the acknowledgement that the park is not merely a recreational reserve, it is a tangible connection to the ancestor Waihikiawa, being a part of her father Tūtaki. They note that the same thrust has been given to the Mangawhai Domain Committee. Again, actions have been taken without consideration to the mana whenua Te Urioho representative, and that Mr Johnson with no whakapapa connection or mana whenua ties to the area or Te Urioho has been appointed. Just speaking to the Harding Park letter, we note that there are obvious inefficiencies and lack of cohesion. I know the Mayor has cited that that there is no reason for the 2 committees to not be able to cross over. That's just adds an extra layer step and extra work for our governance member to have to create 2 agendas, 2 timetables, liaise with 2 different 2 sets of stakeholders, but the 3rd stakeholder being on both of the committees. These are also inefficient for the Harding family representatives who would need to produce, as I've said, and read 2 agendas. With different councillors on the Harding Park Committee and the Poutu o Te Rangi Committee, there would be further reduced cohesion and the ability to collaborate and progress the implementation of the council-approved meeting parks management plan. Given all of the above, the Harding family and Te Urioho Settlement Trust request the amendment that I've just moved and put on the floor for discussion this morning. Failing agreement today, would like to defer this decision to the next council meeting after consultation and consideration has been given to the 2 stakeholders. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you for
Yes.
Okay. Any further questions from elected members?
Is there, sorry, can I?
Councillor Naya.
Yeah, just a clarification. Is there any historic evidence of these 2 committees not functioning well for the museum? There's Dargaville Museum in Harding Park as well. Because of this co-governance thing, are there any instances of things not happening in the past? This is based on the public information I get from. There have been instances of the pathway they choose, how the cars go, how the cars come in. I was speaking to the president of the museum last night, and he was actually mentioning that there have been instances of things not happening because of 2 committees on the same, as you said, the chair has the overruling or the casting vote. Would CE will clarify any?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I actually think, councillor Nair, you've answered your own question, if I'm honest about that. The Mayor indicated earlier that there were varying viewpoints in the community, and it's fair to say. Leave it at that.
Okay.
Move on to the minister.
Mr Mayor,
Mr Mayor.
Councillor Larson,
taking questions, can I ask a question?
certainly.
There was mention about Mangawhai Community Park as well, and you haven't addressed that. Are you able to provide some clarification around that?
Certainly.
Would that not be out of the scope of the proposed amendment?
The point I'm making is that councillor Paniora just spoke about that matter, and I want.
That's when I picked up my standing orders and I was about to.
I mean, I think the point is that we seem to have a bit of a convoluted what's going on here, but taking questions of. Yeah, let's seek some clarification on that. Thank you.
Certainly, it was certainly part of councillor Paniora's statement. Yeah, I've written some notes here with regard to this too. I've selected a Maori representative to the Mangawhai Community Park Governance Committee, Philip Johnson.
Mr Mayor,
Councillor Vincent, what was your?
point of order time. I suggest that that's not relevant to the amendment which is on the table at present. That needs to be handled separately. I would ask you to rule on that. And 26(2)(b) of the.
This is a.
Okay, I put.
You do need to have flexibility here. You can either continue and do your task on it, or you can wait, deal with the end of the rows, go back and talk to it in the main meeting. Your call.
I think I'll address it because I was going to. I think I can under these points of order.
You're in charge, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, I've selected as Maori representative to the Mangawhai Community Park Governance Committee, Philip Johnson. Mr Johnson will be a valuable and constructive appointee to this committee. He is a Mangawhai local resident and ratepayer and a respected committee member of the Mangawhai Club of some 1,500 plus members. The club itself sits within the Mangawhai Park, administered by the Mangawhai Community Park. Mr Johnson has a good knowledge of local issues associated with the park and is keen to contribute. Further, Mr Johnson is currently employed by central government where he liaises extensively with iwi, central government and community organisations throughout the country. Mr Johnson is tana te whenua and he stood for the Kaipara District Council Maori Ward in our recent elections. He is well capable of reporting back to local iwi when required. In the previous triennium, the Mangawhai Community Park Governance Committee met 13 times. The appointed Te Uri Ohau member of the committee attended only one meeting, and of the remaining 12 meetings, an apology to 4, and it was absent from 8 without apology. So, in short, I've selected someone that I think will do a great job on that committee, who is Maori, who can still liaise with all Maori in our district.
Through the chair, can I please respond?
No, you can't.
May I ask a question?
No, you can't. Not at this point. I can.
So, Mr Mayor, you have the authority to not rule, to not allow questions at this point if you wish. You are the chairperson of the meeting. My suggestion through here is to focus on the amendment right now and get back to the speaking. Councillor Paniora has introduced that item. There is a seconder on the table, I believe, in Councillor Wilson-Collins. You may wish to let Councillor Wilson-Collins have her speak.
Councillor Collins. Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Seconder to this amendment, I think it was important to have this discussion, no matter which way the tables turned this morning. I thought it was good to have it on the table and hear the views that have been presented to all of council. Unfortunately, we're not privy to those other views that have been presented directly to the mayor. In fact, I have spoken to nobody, absolutely nobody in Dargaville who is in support of the suggested disestablishment of this committee. It could be argued that the Harding family and Te Uri Ohau are just members of the community like those others that have presented their views. And I would actually debate that that is not true. They are as councillor Paniora has already actually said, they are major stakeholders in this piece of land, in these pieces of land. And they actually have both the Harding family and Te Urioho have their history laid out in this land. And the fact that they are both feeling left out of the conversation, they're both feeling that this is being done to them and not with them, I think is a reason to listen to their views and take those views on board. They are both very important in the Dargle area. They're both very important people in the community. As Councillor Paniora has said, the Harding private cemetery is on that land. They've got this historical past site. They have worked well together for 20 years. And it was a surprise to see the change being made. I respect that this is the mayor's decision. He's got a lot of decisions to be making and learning and things going on. But I also want to respect the views of those very important people in our community who have come forward and asked, with all due respect, to continue the joint committee as it has been set and continue that, fostering that really important relationship, that structure that means that we don't duplicate meetings, we don't duplicate agendas. We've got a management plan that's for the entire site. We've got history of working together, and we've got, for example, the walking path that goes through the cemetery, Harding Park and Poutua o Te Rangi. It just seems a bit like a nightmare to now be dealing with those things with two separate committees. So I appreciate those views that have been put forward to us, and I do hear the concerns, and it is up to us around the table best to figure out where we go to from here. So kia ora, everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson-Collins. Councillor Howard.
Mr Mayor, thank you. Notwithstanding your clear rationale for the splitting of these two committees, I'm wondering, I don't know whether there are any meetings planned to be convened for either committee prior to our February meeting. And if, given that there aren't, I wonder whether that gives us time to have your discussion that you talked about with iwi, and defer a decision on this until February meeting. I appreciate and accept and acknowledge that it is your domain.
Certainly, thank you, Councillor Howard. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wondered if we could have the amendment up on the screen, please. Thank you.
So, for you, Mr Mayor, it's the second amendment, so the first one's not for this item. So only the second one? Yeah.
So is this the,
So that's the one that's on the table, Councillor Last.
okay, thank you, Mr Mayor. I just really have a technical question for the Chief Executive. And that is that, how does this amendment interact with the mayoral powers under Section 41 of the Local Government Act, and that it appears to overturn those powers?
So for you, Mr Mayor, I can clarify that for you. So the Mayor has the ability and the powers exercised under the Act, which he's doing now, and putting that on the table. So effectively they're in place. It is up to the council to agree though, and the council can change that decision, which is what the amendment. So the amendment is in line with the Act and what can.
Ah, yes, thank you.
Councillor Nair.
Just for clarity's sake, it says, amendment says committee be re-established. It has not been de-established yet.
Through you, Mr Mayor, these committees came to an end at the previous election. Yeah, so on not Rick Day, but on the day that the new council election results were declared. So the mayor, within his powers, is acting within those rights.
Just an addendum to what Mike mentioned. Maybe the stakeholders, the Rob Harding family, should be consulted till February to find out, because they are the key stakeholders. While I do agree with the disestablishment as to for reasons of, as Mr. Mayor pointed out, I think it's a matter of courtesy as well as good judgment to find out with the family their wishes. If we did it.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I have a question, and I suppose I'm just trying to process. I had a similar question to Councillor Larson regarding the intersection or the conflict between the Mayor's authority, the Local Government Act, and the authority of this gathering of people. Because supposing this motion was passed, and I would have deleted the first line and a half, it starts with that, just for process sake. That would the mayor be empowered under the Local Government Act to simply reinstate his original decision?
It'd be better for Mr. Maris to address that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Technically, yes, I would have to take some more advice on that if that was to occur.
Okay. Yep. I've got a statement to make, but I'll.
Right.
Time.
Where do I go from here? Okay, I'd like to call for any more questions regarding the motion. Okay, now we move to statements, please.
For the amendment.
The amendment. We have the mover's statement.
Mr. Mayor, you have already had statements from the mover and seconder.
I have.
Have you not?
Certainly.
We've had questions, so we move to a vote.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so at this stage, with the amendments on the table, the mover has spoken, the second has spoken, the questions have been asked and answered, there are no more questions. So Mr. Mayor, your stage now is to seek anybody else to speak to that amendment, who would want that amendment. If there are nobody, then you move to the vote.
Okay, would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I find myself in a difficult situation, and one I would have preferred to avoid, and think at the least I would have liked to see that the mayor would defer confirming this decision until such time as there had been some discussion between himself and the key stakeholders that obviously been identified. However, in the end, I, as a law-abiding citizen, feel obliged to accept the authority of the mayor in making the decision that he has. He has set out his reasons. It's unfortunate that they were not, the reason behind the change from the status quo weren't spelt out in the agenda. That would have been helpful for us, just as in hindsight. But in the end, I just think we're in some awkward procedural situation by having the council amend a decision of the mayor, which the mayor is entitled to make, however much I might disagree with it or have preferred a different approach.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just would firstly like to ask why we have ourselves displayed on the screen, but it would be more useful to have the motion displayed. Do we need to see ourselves? Is there a reason for that? Thank you. Yeah, so just with regard to this proposed amendment, sort of a similar mind to councillor Vincent, and I think it's good to have had the input from various community groups, and ultimately the mayor is exercising his powers and has set out to us his rationale for doing that. I'm a little inclined to think whether we do or don't agree with that rationale. It has been explained that it is a power of the mayor. And so I'm a little bit confused myself, I suppose, about how we are now ending him exercising that power. In my point, thank you.
It's a confusing issue because under section 41, I have the power to set the committees and the terms of reference. Councillor Lambeth.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My family, when they moved up, they bought a farm off Ralph Harding. I drive past this park every day to and from work. I will be the chair, as per set out by the mayor, of one of those committees. I've worked with a lot of you. Put your trust in me that I'll communicate with you, rather than throwing the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. Whatever the outcome today, I entrust that you will entrust in me personally, communicate with you to increase those efficiencies for both parties up there. That's it, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lambeth. Any further statements? The motion to the vote. Okay, I'll put the motion to the vote.
Mr Mayor, just as a procedural thing with the agreement of the mover and the seconder, could we just take out the first words which are up, so that actually the motion starts at that? If they were in agreement with that, is that a problem?
Can I move an amendment?
Yeah. So through you, Mr Mayor, yeah, the appropriate, you're right, councillor Vincent, if I could just say to Lana, yep, just from I move an amendment, item page 5.1 as per option 2 of the discussion document, delete that, and it starts with that the Port o Tarangi Harding Park Committee be established, and that's the amendment.
Does that give effect to what the mover and the seconder wanted?
The rest of the stuff was needless.
Can I just ask a technical?
Councillor Pinura, yes.
Is there any way for this to be deferred to the February meeting?
This one has to be, this amendment is on the table.
Okay.
It's just about to be voted on. It has to be dealt with first.
Okay. All right.
You call for the vote.
Okay, I'd like to put the motion to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hands and say aye.
Aye.
All those against, raise their hands and say nay.
I call for a division, please.
From lot.
Mr Mayor,
Okay, that's a show of hands and recording.
For a division, please.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilson Collins. We'll have a division.
Okay, councillor Mike Howard? Or what is your vote?
Are you for or against? You have to record your vote as a division.
We've gone to a division.
I was against.
On the amendment.
On the amendment, yeah. Against? Councillor Lambeth?
Abstain.
Councillor Larson?
Against.
Councillor Manderson?
Against.
Councillor Nair?
Abstained.
Councillor Paniora?
For.
Councillor Vincent?
Against.
Councillor Williams?
Against.
Councillor Wilson Collins?
Or.
And your worship?
The motion has been defeated, lost.
What's your vote?
Sorry, are you all vote? Sorry?
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, The amendment is lost. So now we go back to the substantive, which is the original.
Okay, can that be put up on the board? Or can we put it, we have to discuss this again now, don't we? So, yeah, it goes back to the process. Okay, so now,
Mr. Mayor, could I have your indulgence for just seek clarification? At this point, are we able to, is someone able to submit a further amendment?
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, as long as you've not spoken or moved or seconded an amendment,
I did speak to the
You're-
amendment.
it's okay to speak to the amendment. You may move an
I
amendment.
haven't
Main
spoken
motion.
to the substantive motion.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I would like to move an amendment that the decision on the membership of the Potawatorangi and Harding Park committees be left to lay on the table until the council's February meeting
I'll second.
to provide the opportunity for further consultation with key stakeholders being Te Reo and the Harding family.
Fiona.
Just, Mr. Mayor, if I could interject, in fairness to Ms. Thurston typing the
I've already typed it.
motion, has she?
Yeah.
Okay.
Send it to you. Councillor Honeywood.
so we got it up there and it's as Mr. Vincent.
We'll get it up there in a few minutes there, you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Petition.
So do we have a seconder for
He seconded.
councillor Howard? Okay, so that starts the process again.
Yeah, so Councillor Henson gets to speak.
Councillor Vincent, you get to speak to your.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess it'd be really nice if we could all play nicely together. And I guess what I'm endeavouring to do with that amendment is to just create a space and some time for reflection. What I would really like is for, it may be that in the end it makes no difference to the final decision, but that everybody, key stakeholders included, would be better informed as to the basis of that decision, or it may well be as a result of those further discussions that the mayor revises his approach and reverts to what had been the status quo. Because I suppose for me, I would like the process to stay within the ambit and the authority of the mayor, because that's what's provided for in the Act. However, I'd just like to provide an opportunity for further reflection and perhaps consideration of other views, rather than just try and get it stripped off the table at this meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, councillor Vincent. The seconder, Mr. Howard, councillor Howard.
Yeah, thank you. I echo Councillor Vincent's comments. I think that, and in no way do I want to usurp the authority of yourself, Mr. Mayor. But I think that, you know, there has been sufficient, I think, a reasonable amount of uncomfort, two positions here expressed amongst the councillors. So I think that it's a fair expectation to have dialogue, as I'm sure you had anticipated doing anyway, but to have that dialogue and we may review. There are no, according to Gavin, there are no planned meetings prior to February, our February meeting. I don't believe anything is lost.
Thank you, councillor Howard. Any further statements?
Questions? Questions of the mover and the seconder, if you wish to count any statements.
Further questions?
Will it?
Question.
Councillor Paniora.
So my question is around giving consideration. So once you do engage with the two key stakeholders, will you come with an open mind or will it, I guess, will you come with an open mind to reconsider the decision, or will we still have the same decision back in February to re-vote on?
Well, if the motion is to be passed, well, obviously that means there will be consultation, and so we have to see where that leads us. But
So you will come.
certainly consultation is a key role that I play, and I'll have an open mind in all my consultation.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. My question relates to I don't know if it's out of scope, someone might point a ball at me, but the structure of the committees is appointed by the Mayor, the appointments. But what about the terms of reference? Is it within this is a question for Mr Maris. Also, does the Mayor also have the powers to change the terms of reference and the membership of the committees? Is that within his powers?
Through you, Mr Mayor, if I can, so the terms of reference are the sole gambit of the council to approve. But of course, the terms of reference include the membership, so this has to preclude that, be in front of that.
So the reason I ask is one of the concerns that was raised and used as is a reason for the disestablishment was to do with the membership of that joint committee and the perceived imbalance. But is it within the Mayor's powers, if he did choose to re-establish the joint committee, he could also, is it also within his powers to actually increase the member or change the membership, except for those three appointments, but he could increase.
So I think for you, Mr Mayor, in hearing your question right, can the Mayor adjust?
Doesn't sound working out well.
Continue to adjust the membership moving forward? Yes, the Mayor has the authority to repeat that.
Can I make a comment on that, because that's actually at the crux of my decisions. Is you've got an overlap here between the Treaty of Waitangi settlement to Uriahau, which gives legislated instructions for the par site, which gives, in that, I read that out in my statement, if you recall. So what it does is by overlapping the committees, you give, you can't separate the Waitangi settlement legislation that's on the par side. And if you combine the committees, that one that's on the par side then takes the same legislative approach to the rest of the site. Because the chair of the Putu Tarangi committee is also given a casting vote, so that carries through to both committees. And so you've got the inability of Harding Park entity to make a decision that's not subject to the casting vote. Do you understand?
I do, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Paniora.
Question. Is that not something that there can be some education around explaining to Te Urioho that the casting vote does not extend as far as outside of the statutory area? Is that not something that can be easily resolved? If that was what was operating last triennium incorrectly, I take the point that that's not correct. Is that not something that moving forward in the discussions can be resolved?
I don't believe so. It's statutory, it's law. How that the par side is legislated and the committee is legislated to be.
No, I mean outside of the par site area on the wider, Harding Park rohe or area, that any decisions that affect or relate to the area outside of the statutory area being the parside itself, that it's an educational matter that the casting vote doesn't apply outside of that. It only applies within the area, the statutory area.
I would have to take advice from that. Maybe Mr. Maris has a comment.
Mr Mayor, so thinking that through, that would require a change to the terms of reference and make sure that it's specifically included in the terms of reference for that to occur. But I believe, without taking any legal advice, that could occur.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe that's a road.
Yep.
Any further questions, isn't it? Yeah. Councillor Williams.
So I think with what we've heard with what Councillor Pinmore just said, that maybe that's a case, if we needed to look into that further about designating the areas of statutory areas, I guess, that we can then perhaps leave it on the table to look into that option. That's one of the ways to perhaps proceed. I'm just asking, it's all, there's a lot going into this.
Just looking at the
Decision.
That is the current motion, so you can decide with your vote.
Yeah, that would be an argument in favour of the motion.
Yeah.
excuse me, Ms. Thurston, can you blow that up a bit? Is that possible? I can't read it. That's better, thank you.
Can you get it clarified, Harding?
Okay.
Committees
Um,
and pro tem.
Singular.
Could we just cover off some just minor wordsmithing questions in the motions we're working towards a decision? So it would be that the decision on membership of the Harding Park and Potu Otarangi committees and Harding Park with capital P. And at the interior ho, it's capital U, capital H. Yes.
Capital O.
Actually, this is actually stating the intent more clearly, but I want to make it clear that this is the mayor's decision in the end. The purpose of my amendment, to provide the opportunity for the mayor, third line, opportunity for the mayor
And take away
To-
further.
yeah,
This is the none.
to consult. Yeah. I think that's the essential thrust of it.
So through you, Mr Mayor, so we've just made some tweaks to the wording. So for that to occur, Councillor Vincent as mover and Councillor Howard as a seconder, you okay with those changes? Yes. Okay, that's been confirmed. Mr Mayor, so I think you don't have any more questions. Anybody would like to speak to the amendment further, maybe call for that before we put to the vote?
Would anybody like to further speak? Okay, we'll move to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Right,
All those against?
I'll call for a division, please.
Right. Councillor Howard. For. Councillor Lambeth.
For.
Councillor Larson. Against. Councillor Manderson.
Against.
Councillor Nair.
For.
Councillor Paniora.
Or
Councillor Vincent.
Or
Councillor Williams.
For.
Councillor Wilson Collins,
For.
you wish it?
Against.
The ayes have it. Motion's carried.
Okay.
So through you, Mr Mayor, so where we are at the stage, if you don't mind me just leaping in to provide you an update on where the process goes. So that amendment was carried, so that now gets incorporated into the main motion, so added to the motion that you were there, that was in the original paper, as motion D, I think it is. So we'll just give Alana a bit of a moment to get that together. And now you're right back at the start again. And so if there's nobody spoken or moved or seconded a motion, you can move into a further amendment, or you can speak to the main amendment and move on. So you're setting that right now?
Yep.
It's the main motion on the table at this stage. So for those who have not spoken or moved an amendment, a second amendment, they can move in another amendment, or you can just continue with speaking to the motion. So you maybe call for people to speak to the motion.
Any further amendment? Okay, let's have anyone to speak to the motion. And
Yep, let's move to that and just.
okay. All those in favour say aye.
So can we be
Already had
sorry,
that.
Mr. Mayor, exactly what we're voting on now? There's-
I can
What,
tell
D?
you that. Okay, yeah. So you voted on D as an amendment.
Yep.
Okay. So now that amendment gets incorporated in the main motion. So basically what that means, it gets added to the original motion because you've amended the original motion. Now you're at the stage when nobody else wants to speak to the main motion. You need to vote on this main motion now.
I just wonder if we need some consequential amendments in terms of because that fourth paragraph has implications for the committee structure and membership of those committees. And the potentially terms of reference as well. If we were to revert to the previous terms committee.
I'll leave in
terms of reference.
Councillor Vincent. Yes, I think the option here, you can't actually do C because of D, as a matter of fact, so we'll strike that out because you can't actually do that. So you don't need to amendment to do that. So let's not get all problematic here. And the terms of reference are the next item. So we will have to adjust the recommendations for the next item, and we'll do that at that item, Councillor Vincent.
Okay.
D becomes C.
And then A would be subject to D or C.
A is fine as it is because D's, the new C covers that off. Okay. I want you to vote on this. Yeah. So effectively, through you, Mr. Mayor, what you're doing here is we can't actually make a decision on C because of D, so we're taking that out, we're striking that out. And then you're noting the rest of the structure, obviously, representatives outside appointments and the decision around the Harding Park and Port Otarangi committees is laying on the table until the February council meeting. We'll bring that back to you as outlined, so that we can enact that resolution recommendation in front of you. So at this stage, Mr. Mayor, you can probably call for the vote on this.
Okay. Councillor Lambert.
Clarification question, attachment A, what is attachment A then? On the,
Your agenda.
It's in your agenda. Yeah, so when there's
You've read.
yeah,
it is for all the committees?
Thank you.
Showing as attachment A though.
No.
It
Goes on mine.
Where?
Yeah, it was on mine.
Oh, I'm looking in the full one. Okay, so you've got
Using necessity.
Um,
you've got it on
You click on
the
that.
extra one.
Where are your attachments?
Yeah.
Yeah, so A would be subject to D because attachment A notes Harding Park and Harding Park appointments, but not Otu or Te Rangi.
So I've given you the advice. We can enact this decision if you make this today. There's no point tying yourself up in knots here. You've made an amendment which has been agreed. It's been incorporated. We can do what you are suggesting here with this recommendation in front of you.
Don't need to amend that.
So we're in a place where this can be enacted, is what I'm saying. Mr. Mayor.
Okay, leave it to the vote.
Yeah.
Okay, put this to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
No, I wasn't going to.
Okay, I think at this, councillor Wilson?
Sorry, just a quick question. There was reference earlier to the letter from the Harding family being authored by Penny Smart. Would that be mentioned in the minutes at all? That's not minuted? No, okay, because it wasn't. It was authored by Hal Harding and Robert Harding, just for clarification. It just happened to come through her email address. Thank you.
Okay. Right. At this stage, I think it'd be nice to have a break. How many minutes we have?
10 to 10.
10 minutes? 10 for 10 minutes?
Thank you.
Harry.
There's an amendment.
Let's go into it. Thank you. Welcome back after our adjournment. The next item on our agenda is 5.2 committee terms of reference for the 222-225 triennium. Can we have that on the screen? Is that up there?
Yep.
Now, that's had to be altered, I understand, because of the previous decision. Can I have Mr. Maris? That, please?
Sure, Mr Mayor, thank you. So your previous decision excluded the Harding Park and Port Otarangi membership. So obviously it's wise to exclude the Harding Park and Port Otarangi committee terms of reference as well. So we've just added a new recommendation in B, which is on the screen in front of you, and that just simply reflects the decision you just made previously. But it asks you to adopt the terms of reference, so what the committees do for the rest of the term for the other committees. Mr Mayor, over to you.
Thank you. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Larson. Thank you. And second by Councillor Nair. I don't think there's any further need for council staff to talk to that. Questions from elected members? No further question. Movers statement.
Oh, thank you,
Last.
Bishop. Yes, I think we have a reasonably straightforward report in front of us here with the terms of reference, and they guide us well through the triennium as we work to improve our district. And I think we've had quite a good start this morning in terms of we've had our forming process a month or so ago, and now we're going through our storming process, and then hopefully at some point we'll land on a norming process, and then eventually a performing process. Eventually, probably back to a bit more storming at some stage as well too, just to keep things exciting. I look forward to working with all of you on this wide range of committees with a wide range of tasks. We're going to make some really good progress and have a bit of fun along the way as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Larson. Councillor Nair. You're the seconder? Yep. Would you like to talk to it?
Have we talked about committee structure of other committees yet, or is it taken as granted?
Previous.
Sorry?
It was before the break.
No comments. Mr Mayor?
Elected members, please. Questions?
Statements.
Not question. We've been through that, haven't we? Statements? No. Okay, I'd like to put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Well, all those against, motion carried. Thank you.
Just 3 months. Not about committee structure.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is 5.3. Elected member remuneration 2022-2025, and I would like to move a motion that be.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor.
Certainly.
Have we talked about 5.1?
Mr Mayor, that was decided before the break.
You voted on it.
I thought that was just on that amendment.
I know you voted on the amendment, and then I made it quite clear that the amendment was incorporated in the main motion, and then you voted.
There was an amendment on that. Then.
Yeah, I decided against the amendment. So,
For the remuneration one, right?
yeah.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
I've moved to accept that recommendation. Can I have a seconder?
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent.
Well, did we vote on the last item?
yes.
Yep.
I missed that. The
It was voted.
terms of reference.
We're on the terms of reference now, Councillor.
It's already a long day, huh?
Oh, remuneration, sorry.
So now we after that, we invite staff to talk to us.
Good morning. So the recommendation is up on the screen, and I'll take the report as read. This, the figures that are represented is following from the clear direction that was provided at briefing last month, and it reflects the desire for an equal an equal, flatter structure as opposed to a more layered one. So, as I say, take the report as read and have to take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Dawson? No questions? So on the mover.
You get to speak to it if you want.
Yeah, I get to make a statement. Yeah. Okay. Look, I recognise that the workload is quite intense for the amount that you receive, but I know that when we talked at the briefing, it was heartening to hear all members indicating that they weren't here for the remuneration in any case. They were here to work well for the district, and it was a passion that they do so. So I thank you all for that. And I hope the remuneration helps. Thank you. Second is statement, please. Anyone want to make that?
Me, Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
Vincent, yep.
Thank you, sir. I suppose from my perspective, there is that saying, it is what it is. And I think that the simplest approach is to spread the butter evenly across the board, so to speak. And for myself, while the money's not the reason I do it, I don't think I could afford to be involved to the extent that I am without some form of reimbursement. So that's like the basis of me supporting this.
Thank you. Any further statements from elected members?
Mr. Mayor, are we allowed to ask a question, just a general question? And at the risk of, I don't want to waste anybody's time, but I'm interested. Does government set aside a pool of money overall for local government, and then it is worked on the basis of population by district?
I believe it's worked out by population by district. Maybe Mr. Maris could just put you on that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you. The pool is set by the Remuneration Authority. So they set the pool for each council across New Zealand, as well as salaries for MPs, that sort of thing. I think it's not just population. There's deprivation involved in there as well, and a couple of other measures I believe that they use to create the formula to magically give you a pool.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, any further statements? Councillor Giles?
My name, I probably can't read it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, just a quick statement really to just acknowledge how awkward this conversation is, and and to be setting your own remuneration is quite bizarre. And just to talk about what Councillor Vincent has said, that yeah, we're not in it for the money, but spreading, making the decision to spread it evenly between everybody, acknowledging the different loads, the different constraints that everybody's working with is the easiest way to do it. So hopefully this is a quick decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further statements, Mr. Lambert?
Yes, once again to follow on from Councillor Wilson Collins and Councillor Vincent. As you're well aware, I run a business, and I'm on the negative. Being a councillor is going to cost me more than the remuneration, because I've had to employ extra staff and extra hours. So it is sheer passion that I do this, and I think it's probably set right where we've got people in the balance of doing it out of passion and not doing it for the total remuneration package, but we are not distracting a total hit to those good people that it does reimburse them to bring their skills onto the table.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Any further statements? Councillor Naya?
Yeah, I see a little bit of dissent from what we had in the briefing, but it's a fair point. And I don't know whether it's too late, but it's a good idea to look at that option whereby the pool is spread evenly. What's the history? That was done last term.
Sorry, in my place.
Are we not at statements now, or clarify? Is that the point we're at?
Yeah, we are at statements, but I chose to let it run on. let's make this the last because we need to move on today, but Mr Maris, you might want to respond to that.
Through you, Mr Mayor, so this is a result of a briefing paper that was brought to you all at the last briefing. It gave you the history and gave you the information. This proposal here is very similar, within a few $100, I think, of the last term's remuneration. So there was general support for that at the briefing, and not a lot of feedback. So we brought that for you for a decision, and that's what's in front of you. Thank you.
Okay. Any further statements? All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Okay. Next item on our sheet is elected member code of conduct adoption.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move option 3, which would require some amendments to the recommendation. And so if at point A, it was changed to adopts the current elected member code of conduct in brackets attachment A, that would then make points B and C redundant because that document has a one-stage assessment process, and point C is unnecessary because that document is non-binding. So you can delete points B and C, and then the last point would become point B.
Do I have a seconder for that motion?
Through you, Mr Mayor, he's just finishing what he wants to move through. And
Okay.
Point C would become point B, not be struck out. Delete.
yeah, so it's a new B basically. So
Nimble fingers there.
point B is going to say, Councillor Larson,
Sorry.
would you like point B to be?
As point D already says. It's just because if we've deleted point
On the screen.
C,
Yeah.
it will become.
As it now is on the screen.
Becomes point B.
Yeah.
It could stay point D, but it just confuse me with the alphabet, you know. It's hard enough for me as it is.
It's C.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to confirm, sorry, Mr Mayor, that's what you're moving, Councillor Larson?
Correct.
Now you need to see.
Okay, can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Williams, thank you.
What quick in the staff.
No staff input?
Yeah, we can introduce it.
Mr Mayor, if I may, just confirm and clarify that this is, it doesn't say attachment A, but the code of conduct adopted 26 February 2020, that's the current one.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So, through you, Mr Mayor, this will not require the 75% vote of the council. This will only require a majority. Now for this, because you're reconfirming the use of the existing rather than replacing.
The joke.
So
Reference to the three.
I'll move the questions from elected members. Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just, oh, we're okay? Okay, just a quick question, sorry. If we, in option 2, it said that we had to also decide if the investigator's decision was binding or non-binding. Under the current code, what's that situation?
Okay, through you, Mr Mayor, it's non-binding. So the current code is non-binding. It's up to the council, if a complaint is brought to the council, to assess and make a decision then.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Paniora.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Is the current code of conduct would it be a 5-vote majority or 6-vote majority? Would that include votes from the member who it's in relation to, or is that member precluded?
Sorry, so through you, Mr Mayor, if I may. So are you saying if a complaint is taken and then brought back to the council and the vote, so the member who's the subject of the code of conduct complaint does not get to vote?
Have to sit in the naughty
You
chair.
have to sit in the naughty chair in the corner.
choice on what they do.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay,
you permit me,
Sure.
Mayor, just our recent experience was that the person so afflicted was given the option of leaving the meeting if they wanted to, and they elected to stay, which I have some respect for them doing that, to hear the criticisms which were then, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
thanks for that clarification. Any further? Would the mover like to talk to the motion?
Oh, thank you, your worship. Yes, I think we have before us a very clear and simple code of conduct that is easy to read and easy to understand. That has been used in the previous triennium, and I think it worked effectively in that regard. I would hope that it is very much a fallback position that we would ever have to use the document during this triennium, and that if we do have disputes, that we can feel confident we can raise them with each other and have a chat and treat each other in a relaxed and respectful manner. I would hope that we don't have to use it, but if for some reason we've got a good document there that's been tested that we can use for that purpose.
Thank you
very much.
Councillor Williams, would you like to make a statement?
Mr Mayor, look, I'd just like to concur with what Councillor Larson has said in the points that he's made. I think it's, you know, a simple document. It has been used before, and I think that it was, you know, to me that's suitable to continue on with that.
Thank you. Councillor Nair.
Thank you, your worship. Just in terms of process, not the code of conduct per se, but questioning process, because it's a document, it's a legal document. When you are in doubt, would you be coming to CE or the mayor? In terms of whether you should go ahead and do an act. Like I sent you a request, for example, whether I can join a membership of an organization which is funded by KDC for $5,000. Things like that. Would you be the person, before we do the act, we go to you, that we are not breaching the conduct?
Quick clarification on the process, Mr Maris.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So you've got your email, I'll respond to it. What I would say is yours is an email about conflict of interest. If so you need to declare that. Now I'll take your second advice on that one, that specificity aside. Absolutely, it's worth coming to me or the mayor, actually, if you wish to have some advice in that space. That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, so can we move to have a vote on this?
Oh, could we have an opportunity for statements?
Any further statements? Councillor Vincent.
All I would like to say is that hopefully, unlike, say, standing orders, this is a document, once it's been adopted, it can be chucked in a drawer and gather dust.
Yeah.
Fervent wish.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As Councillor Larson has already pointed out, we used this code of conduct last term and it was tested. So it obviously does the job to a certain extent. And I agree, we are all on the same team, and hopefully we can all have frank and free discussions with each other if we do have any issues that need to be raised before we end up in a place where we actually need to pull this out and use it. That would be wonderful. However, I would actually have supported the code that has been produced by LGNZ, or at least some of it. I'm cognizant that the world is changing and policies and processes should be changed and adapted as they need to be. So I'm just a little bit disappointed that we're not aiming for excellence in this space, but the original code of conduct will do the job that it needs to do, but hopefully we never see it again.
Thank you very much. Any further statements? Councillor Stanley?
My understanding from our briefing was that there was more of a thrust towards option 1 or 2, whatever that looked like in terms of the two-step process, engaging an initial assessor to weigh up whether the complaint was valid or not, to, I guess, filter out any frivolous, vexatious complaints or an abusive process, to limit the cost to ratepayers by just embarking on the independent investigator process from the outset of the complaint. So, yeah, I'm also disappointed that we wouldn't have walked and talked our way through the other options available before, before voting on the status quo. Thank you.
I guess the vote will show whether we approve of the status quo. Anybody else wishing to make a statement? Okay, I'd like to put the motion to.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor. Are you going to allow the mover to make a statement? Or?
Certainly. The mover would like to make a statement.
Oh, thank you.
Apologies.
No further comment, thank you. Spacious.
Therefore, would the seconder like to make a statement?
Make a statement and reply, Mr Mayor.
Okay, all those, good. Look to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
Aye.
Aye.
Carried. Okay, so that's off the list. Let's move to 5.6. 222, 225, triennial.
No, that's 5.5.
5.5.
Investigator.
Oh, I am sorry. I put a line through it because it was code of conduct as well in there. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, you did right. This is the terrible thing about being on camera. When you fluff things, you get found out. That's right. Oh, there we go.
Page numbers.
Okay, it's up on the screen here. Collective member code of conduct. Let's go. Wait a second. Okay, this is pretty straightforward.
Happy to move that.
Larson moves that.
I have a query.
Hang on, we'll just go through this process, please, Mr.
I'll second.
Lanaya. Seconder is Councillor Erin Wilson Collins. Now, Mr. Dawson, talk to that.
So this is following on again from the briefing at the beginning of the month, and the report is requesting council to confirm the current list of investigators that we can choose from. But it also seeks your approval for the governance team to go out and seek expressions of interest from new people to hear cases if they come up. So yeah, I take the report as read, and as the recommendation states, if that's approved today, then I'll go off and start the process and bring a report back to the February council meetings with the approvals proposed.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Dawson?
Mr Mayor, do we have to declare that we know any of these people?
Through
business, personal?
Yep, through yeah, Mr Mayor. It would the same conflict of interest circumstances would apply. So if you know of them, it's better to advise us should the matter escalate and the process be pulled in.
Send you an email.
No?
Yeah, just a clarification in terms of English, which is my second language. A says agree to retain the current list, right? There's no question about reviewing the list. B says agree to review the current list. The two should be combined and just agrees to retain the current list and then invite expression of interest. Because A and B are contradictory.
like to talk to that, Mr. Dawson?
I'm just having another read.
Agrees to retain, review the current list and then B, invite expressions of interest.
I'll take guidance from elected members on this.
Can I make a comment on that?
Councillor Wilson?
In the briefing, it was explained that the reason they want to review the list, so when they say review the current list, they don't mean they're just reviewing the people that are on that list. They're wanting to see who else is actually now available, because those people that we currently have may not be in that space. Like, they need to relook at it's been 3 years since that list was appointed. So we're retaining that list for now. So just in case there's a code of conduct the next couple of months, let's hope not. We've got people to pull from, but then the review was to update it now that it's 3 years later. So I think that this motion is correct.
How you read it. I thought it was just redundant to have B when you're retaining a list. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. The further questions of Mr. Dawson? Can I have the mover's statement, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I think we've been through a pretty good discussion around this, and it was good to clarify that some of the people on the list might not be available, and so although we had a reasonably large list, in fact, we may need to add more to that list, and so I think this is a good process for us to follow and get this out of the way at the start of the triennium, so that if we need to use it, we can. Thank you.
Thanks to Councillor Larson. Councillor Watson-Collins, have you got?
What he said.
Good. Have any of the elected members got statements? Okay. Put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we move to 5.6, which is the 2022-2025 Triennial Agreement, which is up on the screen there. Can I have a mover?
I'll move it.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Wilson-Collins. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Howard. Now does Mr. Dawson wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Your Worship. For this item, it is following on from the briefing. Once again, we did give an opportunity for feedback, and we did not receive any feedback. So I have taken it that the elected members are happy with what's been proposed to the region. There was the mayoral forum on Monday the 28th, and FNDC have indicated that they would like some changes, but reviewing the changes, they one of them are incorrect around LGNZ, and I know that because I look after LGNZ for Northland. But also there is one sort of a clarification statement which doesn't change the intent of the agreement and would fit within the CE and Mayor's delegation to change. It's just a clarification on role of a committee. So as far as WDC is concerned, they're happy with how it is. And hopefully this can, once it's approved, if it is approved, we can get that signed off and lodged with DIA in particular.
Department of Internal Affairs, for those that don't know.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. Has anyone got any questions of Mr. Dawson? Councillor Vince?
Just for clarification, did that list include regional council as well?
Yes, yeah.
Whereabouts are they up to with it?
They are at the same stage that's gone to a briefing, and they are still working through some matters, but the governance lead for NRC has indicated that there is not going to be a change.
Thank you.
Right. All right. Any further questions of Mr. Dawson? Thank you, Mr. Dawson. You can stand down. I just thought you're sitting down. Okay.
Actually, Mr Mayor, I do have one question, and it relates to the NTA. And just seeking clarification that are all parties absolutely happy and committed to the NTA? I see that we agree to continue the commitment to the NTA. Progress work to investigate the formation of NTA as a legal body. Is what is involved in that step? And I mean, does that materially benefit KDC?
Through you, Worship, the indicators from council officers is that it is a positive arrangement, and that there are benefits across the whole region for roading infrastructure for that. And it's been ongoing, and it seems to be working. Nothing's perfect, but it works better than not having it. Yeah.
And if I may, through the Mayor, supplementary question. So NTA are not actually engaged in delivering services as far as road repairs, maintenance, etc., but is a matter of working with individual councils to determine the priority work. Is that the correct understanding of their basic function?
If I can jump in there, Mr Mayor. So the NTA have a number of staff who are responsible for the infrastructure planning and delivery and liaising, all that sort of stuff. They work with Waka Kotahi. It's quite complex, right? They work with Waka Kotahi and the funding elements, and they work with each council to identify what our needs were. There are also contracts in place for the service delivery side of things as well. We don't have sort of roadie people that go out and task all the roads or anything like those sort of lines of the NTA. If I can just also clarify while I've got the floor, if you don't mind.
Sure.
There has also been a bit of a need over the last few years to relook at the NTA, and that's reflected in this Triennial Agreement as well, and how it's structured. At the moment, it's an informal entity in its own right, and that creates inefficiencies and issues across when you've got 4 council staff in one place, but employed by different councils, and there's a lot of inefficiency in that area as a result. So the CEs, in conjunction with the mayors moving forward over the next few months, year or so, are looking at possibilities and what structure could work best in the future, and that will be brought to you at some stage in the next year, I expect.
Okay, so to that, my concern here is NZTA strategy 2040, zero toll 2040, and the money that is being expended on road signs and changing speeds and things like that. And NZTA at the briefing meeting acknowledged that we had the worst road toll per capita in the country. And I just have a huge concern, and where it goes is that taking money away from right now, repairing our roads, maintaining our roads, seems to be an absolute conundrum. You know, we have to deal with, and we have to tell our constituents that we don't have the money to do the roading.
Yeah, look, I think those things are all discussed within those triennial agreements and at the Merrills Forum, and it's an ongoing challenge, and that we have to address. Yeah, thank you. Any further statements?
Yeah.
Councillor No.
Not a statement per se, but NTA is one which is a bone of contention everywhere, I guess. I did chance to meet the chief of NTA in one of the meetings, and the understanding I got from him that it is more of a lobbying group, which tries to work together. My question is more in terms of his performance versus pay. So there is a joint payment.
Can I interrupt you here, Mr. Councillor No? I think what we're trying to pass here is not those sort of details. We're trying to pass the agreement. And that's a further part of the agreement that we get into.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Let me clarify further then. All I want to know is our contribution to NTA in terms of financial contribution, if any.
So, Mr. Mayor, I don't have the budget detail right in front of me right now. So I just want to clarify what you said just a second ago. The agreement here talks to the NTA. It provides the fact that it's set up as a collaborative alliance. It also talks to the parties agreeing their commitment to continue their commitment to progress to investigate the formation of an entity more formally. And that's all that this agreement does as far as the NTA goes. The NTA team are going to come and present to the council early next year at a briefing, a public briefing, and Calvin will be there and those sort of the questions that you probably need to ask at that point.
So at the moment, we are not paying them anything. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, there's absolutely budget involved.
Can you tell me what is it?
I haven't got the budget.
I think there's detail that's to be, I don't think it's relevant to what we're trying to pass here at this point. We're trying to agree to adopt the Triennial Agreement 222-225 as the recommendation up on there says. So I'd like you to
Just
confine ourselves to talking to that. Councillor Vincent.
a clarification, Mr. Mayor. Is one able to raise a point of order at question time?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you can raise a point of order at any stage.
Because that might have been an occasion when I would have raised a point of order regarding relevance.
Yeah, look, I'm learning my way. So thank you for your advice.
It's actually for us to be monitoring each other as far as that goes.
Certainly. All right. Are we ready to put this to the vote? Oh, certainly. Thank you.
So I take it from this of 0.5, the Northern Transport Alliance, is to further immerse ourselves more into that alliance and less separation.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so no. So what this has done is reflecting that it's collaboratively set up already, and it's a collaboration of all of the councils via MOU and a service delivery agreement. That's how the NTA was formed and set up. The second paragraph talks to the fact that there's an agreement that the councils work together to identify whether or not that is a good model and what the future model could be.
So we're not agreeing to.
No.
Thank you, Riddle.
Just to follow on through you, Your Worship, and follow on from what Jason has said, that this is a high-level document. It's simply setting the scene and a framework, so we don't delve into the detail. It's just about acknowledging that these things are there, and any conversation that is to be had on those items can follow on. But this is simply to set the scene, set the framework, and agree to terms.
Okay. Councillor Howard.
Notwithstanding Mr. Dawson's comments, one of the key elements would be, cost and cost benefit ultimately of these, and I presume that we would have both of those elements presented before anything. If there's an increased commitment for KDC, that there are cost benefits associated against it before anything gets
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this agreement can be changed through the Triennium. But this is why we keep it high level.
Yep.
That it's not, we don't want it fixed in a period of time. We want it fixed for the whole Triennium. So whether or not there is a budget increase or something happens and KDC goes, oh, look, we want nothing to do with it. We've got that flex in it.
Okay.
Good. Any further statements? Okay. The mover of the statement of the recommendation, Councillor Wilson Collins, like to talk to that.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick statement from me. It's really, I actually just want to acknowledge the passion and that's in the room, and just the fact that there's all these really amazing questions that are coming through today. But unfortunately, we have processes to follow, and so the fact that they can't necessarily be answered or the information isn't here today doesn't mean that those questions aren't valid. And so please don't feel disheartened by that. I just wanted to talk to my fellow councillors on that respect. This triennial agreement, as Mr Dawson and Mr Maris have already stated, is a high level agreement with the other Northland councils that, yeah, we do need, there is detail underneath it that we'll delve into later. There are changes that could be made at a later date. I'm happy to support the agreement as it stands with the delegations to the Mayor and the Interim Chief Executive to make any minor amendments. I have faith in the fact that if any other councils request any major amendments, then that will come back to us to approve. So we're in safe hands here, and I support the motion as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Wilson-Collins. Councillor Howard, have you got a further statement?
No further comment.
Okay, let's put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Right. The next one on our agenda is 5.7, temporary road closures approval events.
And Mr Mayor, if I can take the opportunity to introduce Greg Monteith from the NPA, actually. So.
Oh, welcome.
You'll need to move in a second.
Okay, before we go any further, can I have a mover for that recommendation? Thank you, councillor Wilson-Collins. A seconder, please.
Yeah, I'll see.
Councillor Howard, thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, just introduce this item, it's the temporary road closures for. To introduce this item for temporary road closures for, sorry, apologies. I do tend to talk a little fast and with a funny accent, so I do apologise. Temporary road closures for two events coming up in the Kaihu. One, the northern base, and two, the Santa Parade in Dargaville. You will note the northern base road closures that we're putting forward now are for Valley Road and Lawrence Road, not Settlement. Settlement Road was previously approved by your previous council. This is, I suppose, just following up where we missed, I suppose, the technicality where we wanted to have the road closure on Valley and Lawrence Road as well, which was a technical error that should have gone in just to prevent people from parking too close to that event. So this is how we've traditionally sort of run it. We've closed Settlement Road, we've closed Lawrence Road, and we've closed Valley Road just to manage the traffic and manage expectation around residents and try and control that. I suppose just to speak to the process as well, because I appreciate this being new to some of our councillors. The process that we've gone through to close the roads is the Local Government Act. And what that does is require us then to notify 42 days prior to any closure to give the public an opportunity to vote in and bring that in. So then we can then come to you and present the paper with any concerns that may be there and then allow you to make an informed decision. So both events have been notified in the various local papers, and we've received no objections to date. So we're recommending to proceed with these events which have happened now for several years. I'm happy to take any questions.
How do I get in without paying?
Then,
That appears to be one of your major issues is security at that event. Is that a major one that you've had to look at?
we do work with the organisers and the events organisers. It is their security, and we do raise that. I know last year they did put on extra security because it was raised for the previous councils of that, people walking through gardens. So historically, they have now come each year, they sort of improve a bit. And this year, again, they've put on additional security. They've improved the traffic management layouts in terms of where cars can stop and expanding it, and speed zones and drop offs. So it's constantly always looking at it and trying to take that feedback and improve. So they are very good in terms of taking that on board. So they have, again, put on more security to try and control crowds and control people in the event and manage that, and hence the road closures in the space that we're asking for.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Councillor Lambeth.
Probably something you probably can't answer, but has this road closure been a result of any other licences through, mainly have they got all the appropriate licences for everything else, like a liquor licence and that?
I would say they do, yes. It doesn't come through, and that's something I'm not privy to.
That's fine.
Yeah, we're just facilitating the road closure, but yeah.
All right, any further questions? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Most simply put, for me, we have this process, and road closures for Northern Base, 55 pages. We were actually actively pursuing productivity and efficiency. Surely there is a way that we could do this with a lot less paperwork and time. There's 14 pages for the Dargaville Christmas Parade. We want to encourage more events perhaps, and you've got to keep your health and safety. Are we going overboard with process?
Yeah.
I suppose the process we follow is through the national process of Copton and using the temporary traffic management process, and that soon to be the newly released sort of traffic management guidelines from Whakakatahi, which is coming out. So we are privy to use that, and that is the system that we use nationally. So we do buy into that, and we do use that. Granted, I know there's a lot of information there, and I suppose a lot of information for yourselves to digest, but for the traffic management companies, they do require that, and we do require to be able to go down and look to see exactly how they're managing that site, where they're putting the information, and enough information that they can set out the drawings and gone through just to check those questions of, is it safe? How are we managing the through traffic? How are we managing the safety of the public? All those items come into that. So it is quite a process to go through, but there's logic and reasoning behind it as well. So it's, yeah.
Supplementary question, Mr. Mayor. So, okay, I understand that, and that's what I figured. However, I know that there are organisations, not-for-profit organisations across the district, and let's just worry about Kaipa at the moment, that can't do events because they can't afford traffic management process, or they're cap in hand to the traffic management companies to do it gratis. What pushback or what contribution are we making to the likes of NZTA to actually simplify these things rather than make them more difficult? It seems that bureaucracy has just absolutely gone mad, rather than thinking about a much more efficient, streamlined system. I know it's probably not something to take any further at this meeting, but I would like it registered that this seems absolutely ridiculous.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much.
It's got my name on it.
Please watch your step, there's a few tables around here.
Leave the jacket on till you leave.
So where are we at now? The mover like to make a statement, please.
Yes, thank you. So for all our brand new councillors, you'll get this every year. It becomes a process that as we wind up for the year, we see these events come through and the road closures that are happening. Very keen to get it voted for so that the Christmas parade can go ahead in Dargaville on Saturday, which is only a few days away, and everyone's all lined up, ready to go. One of the biggest events in Dargaville, actually. And Northern Base, I'm really happy to see them coming back, because they were affected hugely by COVID. So that's actually really wonderful to see. I do, on the other hand, feel for people who actually live in Mangawhai and have the complications of all those people descending on the area, but there's pros and cons with everything. So I am in support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. The second, Councillor Howard, like to make a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I endorse what Councillor Aaron said, and I think that we just got to keep working at these processes. There's no doubt about Northern Base is good to have back, and we have to do the right things, but there's got to be better ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Any elected members, any further statements?
Just alluding to what Councillor Mike mentioned. Rather than, unless there are objections to this temporary closure, there is no reason to waste council time on this process, which Mike mentioned. It can just be done as a process at council. Unless there are people objecting to these road closures.
I think it's Councillor Mr. Dawson would like to respond.
It's a requirement statute.
It's structurally bound. Thank you.
Councillor Lambeth.
Yeah, once again, for Northern Base here, prior to the COVID lockdowns and that disruption they had unprofessional or lacking of professionalism with their applications. So it's good to see they've come through and really used the recess to come back with a real professional attitude. So I hope it all goes well for them.
Thank you. Okay, shall we put this to the vote? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All against? Carried. Let's have a vote. Would you like a break for lunch or shall we?
Aye.
Yeah, the next lot's going to be long. So.
Okay, how long can we take? Half an hour?
Have we done
It was once again.
that as well?
Yeah. All together.
I thought we missed out on the Christmas parade.
Okay, so what's the time? It's
12:23.
it's 12:23. Let's meet back here at 10 to 1. How would that be? All right.
And we go get our lunch.
Yeah.
You're off mic.
Okay,
I'd like to just cut my pass.
we'll restart the meeting after the adjournment lunch. I would, we go to on the agenda 6.1, the quarterly report. It's up on the screen there, the recommendation. Isn't it? Okay, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Vincent, thank you.
Here we go.
Seconder? Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, if I can, through you. So this report you'll see 4 times a year. It's a quarterly report, and it presents the first quarter results from our organisation on our measures. I just wanted to give you a little bit of background information to those, though, to help you out a wee bit here. Our measures are a mix of 2 types, right? So we have statutorily required measures that are set for us to deliver to, and measures provided by the council itself during the formation and agreement in our LTP. Okay, so some of these measures are annual reporting only. So measures that aren't reported quarterly will have an NA against them. This information is in the introduction part of the agenda, but I thought I'd just clarify a few things to start with. Now, the process by which you determine these measures, because council determines the measures, is done through the formulation of the long-term plan. So they're set in stone, actually, for a 3-year period. We are starting, as I've mentioned before, to review the long-term plan early next year. And part of that work, as we progress through that program of work, will be to relook at the measures and seek your feedback on what's working, what's not, what would you like to change, aside from the statutory one. So there is a reason this is done this way. And the main reason is that there is consistency for that 3-year LTP period. The organisation is measured on its performance. The performance of this measurement is done during the annual report process. Okay, so that's looking backwards in the rear vision mirror, looking at the financials, looking at the deliverables and what council achieved over that financial year. So that is done, has to be approved before basically October every financial year, or the financial year ending in 30th of June.
30th of June.
30th of June, yeah. 1st of July to 30 June is the financial year. So they kind of set in stone for that reason, to provide you certainty about the organisation, to provide us certainty about what we need to do and deliver to you and how to report it, and C, to enable the public to understand how the organisation is actually performing against what we said we would be doing. So you're starting to get a bigger picture here, and that the LTP, then the annual plan, and all of those community contracts are then reported on subsequent in September, October, on the performance of the organisation in the annual report. So they're the big 3 type documents that you have to care about, yeah? Now there's 72 measures in total, actually, 1 amber and 6 red for now. Noting it's only the first quarter of the year, so it's very difficult to identify any trends here in this space. There are some ideas and obviously some results that you can work to, so it's not an indicator. However, trying to understand trends is probably a little difficult based on the first quarter results. There are 6 red for now as well. I'm pretty happy with our performance and how we've gone to date. There are a couple of commentary on those red items around remedial action taken and explanations as to why they are red. And I sort of draw your attention to, I think, the building consents and the code of compliance results, which Councillor Lambeth will probably ask about as well in that space. So there is some commentary around that where we can. And it's probably fair to say we've got a lot of questions from you in advance, right? So what we're going to do, I've asked the lovely Sue and lovely Hayley, they got the most questions to answer. As I mentioned before, Annan is actually away from this meeting, so Annan and Sue have worked together on some responses for you. So we'll work through them in a second. What I would say though is there are a few comments and questions and feedback about how the report looks, what wording, all that sort of carry on. We're not going to address these today. What we are going to do is take that feedback away and look at whether or not we can incorporate improvements and take your feedback on board. So we're going to avoid answering those questions right now, but we will take it back to the team who coordinate this report for you and make our improvements to speak. So we're going to really just focus on the questions at this stage. So happy with that? And if I can, Mr. Mayor, just hand over to Sue first and then Hayley, and we'll go from there to work through those questions.
Thank you, Staff. Yeah.
Okay, so through the Mayor, we'll go through each part today. So the first question we got was on the smoothness of travel and why was this only done, this is 1.2, why was this only done once a year? And actually, it's the vehicles that are used, they have lasers, they measure, look at the cracks, take pictures, and they actually have asset management plans. So it's a national standard. There's only about 3 of these vehicles in New Zealand at the moment. Apparently it's wandering around Mangawhai. It actually takes about 3 months, and it goes around every single road in our district, drives it and takes the information. So that's how we get it, rather than people's opinions, because that is not as reliable as machinery. So that's the answer to that. There was no other questions on transport, but is there any now?
Yes, through the chair. Just given that we've talked about roading and the likes, we've got good to see we're way down so far on crashes and things like that. Do we know what the causes were for those 3 accidents? I mean, was it road conditions is probably the more pertinent question.
What I can do is get that answer for you the next quarterly report, and say that's one thing that you're interested in.
Sorry, I didn't follow the process of asking questions in advance.
It's okay. We can do that for the next report for you.
If I may.
Councillor Lambert?
Yeah. With my connections at Road Safe Northland, I've been kept abreast by the officer in charge of the Kaipara area on the crashes too. So I'm pretty sure working with Sue, we'll get it from both streams and work out where it's. We have had 1 fatality just this last week up there. So, but that's not covered off in this quarter. So.
And sometimes it takes a lot of time for the information to come through, you know, for you to actually understand actually what's the accident was. Okay, next one is water supply. The question I got there was about the cost of reading meters down council. Anand will look at that. We can't give you the detailed pricing because that's through a tender process, but obviously the tender was cheaper. There were a number of tenders that we received, and Dow is now doing the meter reading. So they'll look at that. But one of the things, just from my knowledge, is that our meters, we have the demand for meter reading varies during the year. When you're doing Dargaville, it's all day, every day for so many days. But when you're doing Ruai, it might only take you a day to do the whole of Ruai. So it's an on-off thing, which are factors and provide for, and also for sickness and making sure that the meters are read through sickness and annual leave, which might be difficult for councils, but Anna's going to look at that. Another one on water was 2.8, the water take consents. The failure was, all 3 failures were at Kaihu. It's really difficult network there. The telecommunications service, if they do get it, it runs the battery right down. What NRC need is 15 minutes of flows to be valid, and that has always been running the battery down. So now they're looking at getting a repeater in there, as well as an exemption for this particular consent. But going forward, looking at getting a repeater in there, so that's all I had on water. Are there any others on water?
On that, Sue. So a lot of people complained about a delay in settling their water bills on the basis that it takes 6 months later. Reading today, for example, there's a leak. So you can put an application, but you have to have a reading to say that it has stopped, which is done by a contractor. And I have emails to prove, even in my case, that the next reading will be after 6 months because it's done by a contractor, obviously on that time frame. What stops the council to either give the discretion to people to send their photo because they're ratepayers. They're not going to run away with your $200 and send the new reading and you make a decision. Empower those people who are on the job and just do the thing.
So through the mayor, we have a new person doing that who's looking at fresh eyes, and they have looked at that and said, yeah, that's exactly what they're doing now. So there's no hold up because I couldn't understand. And so this is to do with remissions. And if you've got a leak, then sometimes in the past you've had to wait 6 months for the meter to be read again. Now what we're doing is actually going out to the person. They tell us there's a leak. They've got their bill for $1,000 or whatever it is. They want a remission on that, and they're allowed to through our rules. They're allowed a remission every once every 3 years. But they've got to fix the leak. All we have to see is proof, plumber's bill, fix the leak, and they read the meter, the credit. So that's happening now. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Right.
So nothing on water.
Nothing on water.
Right. Stormwater. I don't think there was any questions. Okay, that's number 3. Wastewater. On wastewater that I had.
Oh, through the, yeah.
Excuse me, councillor Owen.
Getting endless complaints from residents at Empire Spring Street who say they're making complaints every couple of weeks about their system down there, and yet I can't see those complaints being recorded here. Are they just being packaged up with one big complaint, or are they having me on?
I can't give you that detail at the moment, so what I will do is come back to you on that. But normally I would say that if it's not the same complaint, but it's something, you know, that's been fixed, once we've fixed it, if we are fixing it, then normally it's treated as another complaint.
Okay.
So I'll come back, I have to come.
So if an ongoing complaint about the one thing, that wouldn't come up in your system, it would still go on to that original one? If 20 people would complain about the one thing, it wouldn't come up as 20 complaints.
No, it'd come up as one.
Fine.
Through you, Mr Mayor, if I could, so, sorry, I apologise. So when these people talk to you, have you asked them if they've engaged in our customer services system and lodged a complaint, that sort of thing? Because what is the whole to want an action, right? So if they have lodged a service request, get them to provide the service request number to you, and then we can sort of follow that through and make sure that's being looked after. So that'd be the first thing. Second thing is, if you do get consistent complaints like that you want to address, we do have a mechanism where you email admin requests from yourself, and we'll send that through to Linda, and she'll go and investigate it and give you a response for them as well. So there are a couple of avenues there that you can use to help.
Yeah, I won't bring it up here, but that's something I was going to discuss with you next week. Yeah, cool.
If I may, through the chair.
That's right.
One quick one on stormwater, Sue. The 3.6 under 2 hours for urgent events is the target. And well done on 12 minutes, that's great. But is the under 2 hours a standard that we have set, or is this one of the statutories? Because I noticed that you also do it for wastewater. And I'm just interested whether, because it's across the whole district, and I understand therefore the reason for two hours, but I just want to understand why it was set at that.
So through the chair, most of the statutory ones are to do with quality. Like
Okay.
quality of water and quality of wastewater. But some set time one we've set with, agreed with the contractors ourselves.
Okay, right.
Done stormwater, we've done.
Excuse me, one question.
I don't have a question.
Wilson Collins.
Clarify about the Spring Street, Empire Street thing. It probably isn't showing up on here because I don't believe they're yet connected to the council. There's some there's projects happening
that's
there.
wastewater.
The
Wastewater.
you were talking about wastewater, they're not actually connected to the council system yet, so that might be a reason why. But also, all these complaints aren't identified by area anyway, necessarily. So there could be some complaints recorded here. So I just wanted to make that, yeah, but we're aware.
I know you're aware, yes.
And my observation, your queries that you're talking about, Gordon, remembering that this has only up until the end of September. So your queries were pre this or pre-September or post?
8 years.
Oh, 8 years.
Yeah, it's a very,
It's very significant.
it's,
You've been a sounding board for a long time.
Oh, no. Yeah, we'll get there.
So the next one is flood protection. Comment about the cleaning of the drains. And may not be up to standard. So, it's the same issue. There's no, you weren't specific about it, and we'd say to you, could you, if you do get a complaint, make sure they've gone through the council system first and complained, and if you get no help there, then do come to the administration.
Through the chair.
Councillor Nair?
Just on this one, I think the most complaints are coming from where Wakakutahi is involved. The stormwater goes in those drains which are not maintained by the council, and it is a recurring issue. And I guess I asked for it, and a lot of mapping has been sent in terms of what are the drains, and I guess there'll be hundreds of them throughout the district which are not maintained, which causes all those stormwater and floodwater coming onto the roads and breaking them. Somehow, council has to have some power to make it happen from Wakakutahi, and that's what I'm getting the message, that the council has been ineffective in bringing Wakakutahi to party. And that's why, and it has been for years, 15 years, all those things. In fact, the drain next to my house, I'll send a video to you tomorrow, has not been cleaned for 9 years. Yeah.
Can I ask a question, please? Said there's been no flood events that were not contained in the district. There were no 1.5 rainfalls events. That's one in so many years, is it?
which,
1 and 5.
Mr Mayor, I can't-
5.1. 5.1. There were no 1 to 5 rainfall events for this period. Can you just explain what that means to me?
all right.
No rainfall events.
The ratio, 1 to
1 in 5 years.
Page 317, am I still up with it?
Depends on the return period.
Oh. It's not
Could be right.
1 and 5 year flood. So that you'd expect,
Oh, okay, 1 in 5 year flood.
you'd expect to, yeah, that's what it means, 1 and 5 year flood.
Further to that, because it interests probably all of us, we've had evidently record rain in November. Are our communications from our ratepayers, have they lifted corresponding with that amount of rain that we've received?
Through your chair, no, we haven't had an increase.
Interesting. Yeah. Thank you.
Boats rise on incoming tide.
And also throughout our district with the recent rainfall, it's been the far north that's been affected.
Yeah.
We haven't had the slips. We've been very fortunate.
Very lucky. Okay, thank you.
Okay. One is waste minimisation and comments of, if you, and this is only the first quarter, we've said 38 kilograms and it says it's on track. Although if we kept at the same rate, it wouldn't be on track because of the fact that we know that it's going to be higher in summer because there's more people here, then that's basically how we think it's on track.
But that's, with your forbearance, that number we want to be higher, don't we? We're like under 6.3, we want to increase the amount of, as opposed to keeping the amount under 6.2 of general refuse collected down as much as we can.
That's correct.
Yeah.
You'll get a chance to review the, as Mr Maris pointed out, we'll get a chance to review how we measure for the next LTP.
Sure.
That's how we measure at the moment. Open spaces and facilities, I don't think I got any questions about that. So that's number 7.
It was on toilets, through the chair, sorry. For some reason, the toilets are covered open spaces and parks.
Yes, they are.
So the Mango Choto toilet, can you enlighten us on what's happening there? It has been non-functional for a year. And it's in the quarterly report, on the exception report, it's listed at 0.
So that's on the exception. That when we get to the exception.
Can you, yeah.
Then I'll talk about it then. I might go through. Okay, so open spaces in there, nothing. Next one is 8 is district leadership. And this one is assessed at the end of the financial year. Question about that.
In the end of the financial year report. There's the report, sorry.
Yeah, through the chair, my question was around, in terms of the LTP target, it just has achieved, and then it says it's assessed at the end of the financial year. My question was around what is the target and how is it assessed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this one's quite difficult to measure, actually. So the previous council just said, so basically what we do in the annual report is we list the initiatives that we've done to achieve, to satisfy that particular measure. It's not a specific 4 measures completed or anything like that. It's we literally list the initiatives completed through the year to do.
If I may, Mr. I think the confusion is it says it's achieved.
Right.
That it hasn't been assessed yet. I just wonder if that's a typo.
Could well be.
So the chair, achieved is the target.
It's the target.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
But
I totally understand.
But I do recall the previous council did struggle with this one because it was very hard to measure
Yeah.
the improving opportunities for Māori to contribute, right? So what was settled on was that we listed the initiatives in that space that we do, and that's good.
Sorry, through the chair, my mind's just ticking over on that. Is there a way so that we can see, so that we can measure, we have an understanding of the measurement, can we incorporate or amend this to some sort of customer survey?
So I'll stop you there, Councillor Paniora. So just prior to you turning up, I set the scene for this. These measures are set for the next 3 year and LTP for the 3-year LTP period. They can't be changed until then. Early next year, we're going through the LTP review for the next 3-year cycle, and we come to you with your feedback on what you want to see in the measures that can be changed, that aren't statutory, and that's the time that we do that. So we don't have the ability to change them now.
Understood.
So district leadership, there are no other questions. Then go on to request clients. On 9.2, there was a question about for building consent, we go back up between the 98% to 100%. But on code of compliance, we've actually gone down to 87%. Part of that is an understanding of the is 2 things. One, the way we set the clock, and we haven't been generous to ourselves, and we've just been working through that with IANS in the latest audit. So you'll see that'll improve because we've been too eager to start the clock again when we shouldn't have. But also, secondly, with winter fireplaces, the installer lodges the CCC without booking a final. He's so keen to get out of houses and forgets that. It's an inspection as he's got his money. So that's something we've got to look at. How do we help house owners understand that there might be...
Thank you. Can I just interrupt you for a second, Councillor Larson? Howard's been sitting there.
Thank you.
Ask a question.
Just a very quick one. Going back to the bottom of page 326, the district leadership, the economic development, and the point about Northland Inc. Do we get, it comes up 2 or 3 times through here, that Northland Inc. reports aren't available. Do we normally get their information on a quarterly or half-yearly or annual basis?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. So the Northland Inc., as you know, is a CCO of the KDC. Their measures are annual, so they will report back annually.
Okay.
If you want to see, say, for example, the performance in the last financial year, that's included in our annual report that the previous council adopted in September.
Okay, going forward, number 9, regulatory. 9.4 about making some comments about achieved. We can't really tell you about the illegal activity. We could possibly tell you about the numbers. It might be something to add next time, to just give you whether it's 3 or 30 or how many, what's occurring. So that might be the items you're looking for. Okay. And in 9.1, food, percentage of food premises verified when required under the Food Act. There's a question about how many verifications were carried out.
So operators have a due date for their renewals, and we've met all those requirements. But additionally, on top of those numbers, if we have new premises opening after they've had 4 weeks of operation, they will come to us and ask us for a verification as well. So it's the ones that are due in terms of timeline, and then we have additional ones where people ask back for verifications.
Okay, and the next question I had was on 9.12 about noise control and whether they're contractors and how we achieve the percentage.
Yeah, so our noise response is now in-house. And it comes under the monitoring compliance space in my team. This response time in here is 30 minutes, which we believe is incorrect. So we're looking to ask for that time to be increased in the next LTP review that Jason Maris was talking about, and extending that to a 1 hour response time. But yeah. So we have 1 full-time and 1 casual over our peak periods, which is our summer period.
Okay, and then this one.
Clarification. So when you say over our summer period, is that for the casual, and 2, where are they located?
No, so yeah, so the casual, it works from October through to I think April, and they are located in Mangawhai, but the full-time is located in Whakapō.
Through the net. Is the red dot that critical that we have to change our reporting criteria? I think 30 minutes, if there is a problem there getting out, why can't the red dot stay rather than increasing the time? An hour for young children who can't get to sleep.
This is a discussion for when we do the LTP review of it. I think that's much more high level than what we're dealing with today.
Okay.
It's a valid point, and I have similar discussions I want to have, but now's not the appropriate time, I don't believe.
But I guess that's a valid point, though, to be put to the.
Yeah, we're changing the criteria. Why don't we keep the criteria the same so we can see how performance is going instead of changing the criteria?
We're not here to make that decision.
Okay.
No, we're not ready to make that decision.
For our long-term plan.
We'll
This gets
move on.
9.13 is about dog attacks.
Yeah, so our AMOs are compliant in the fact that they call the complainant within the first hour. They're just not always on site physically within the first hour. So we always attend the site in person, but it was not within that 1 hour mark. Paperwork is carried out and completed after the officer returns back to the office, and so some of those reasons also bring our mark down. But one thing to note is that we had vacancies in the animal management officer space, which have just been filled, and additionally we've employed further support over the summer period again.
Located.
Yep, so our AMOs are slightly different. They're on a 24/7 district-wide roster. So the 3 of them are spread across the district. For a roster, they go West Coast, East Coast.
Supplementary isn't in the notes, it's noting that due to the geographical distances, you're unable to meet your target. So regardless of whether they're on a schedule to be located in Mangawhai and there's a wandering stock over in Kaihu, that's impossible for them to get there within the hour.
Yes, exactly, which is why we've filled those vacancies now so that we've got more people spread across that roster and across the district.
And sorry, just for clarification, so those staff that you've employed are also resident in Dargaville and Mangawhai and Kaiwaka?
Correct, yep.
Okay.
Further questions? Councillor Howley?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just clarification, 9.12, noise call-outs. Do we have an issue with dogs as being part of that number of call-outs?
They're separate they're raised as separate requests. If it's-
Are they separate? Okay.
Barking dogs will go to animal control.
Okay, so we don't have any of those.
Okay, and that's all the questions for the quarterly report.
Thanks, team.
So we move to the exceptions report.
Well, Mr Mayor, you've got a recommendation up,
Oh,
and
sorry,
then
we
we'll
have
move
to
to the
have a-
exceptions report. So if nobody wants to speak to it, you could just
Can I have a
note it.
move to that or?
You've got to move it. You've got councillor Vincent.
Oh, certainly, okay. Does anyone want to talk to the motion?
I have no wish, Mr Mayor.
Okay, we'll move straight to a vote then. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All against? Carried. Next on our agenda is 6.2, the exceptions report.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, actually, sorry, you need to be mover. Seconder.
Can I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Howard, thank you. A seconder? Councillor Aaron Wilson. Collins.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Okay, so just to set the scene for this report as well. This report is on your agenda every month. Okay, there are two sections to it, largely the financial and then non-financial report. And the whole intent is not to give you all and sundry. It was to give you reporting that you wanted to see or the previous council wanted to see, rather than war and peace. Otherwise, we'd be writing reports to you for forever. So there is some targeted information in there for you. Open to feedback on that. At the moment, we've left it as is for now. But yeah, we just want to make sure you get the most pertinent information for you that you need, which is the whole goal of this as well. So what we normally do, you've got some questions that the team have got in front of them, so they'll work them through perhaps, and then maybe do financials and non-financials too, probably.
Yeah, I have got some questions from work through this. So this financial report is different from what would be in the annual plan and the annual and in the annual report. Normally, a business has one statement of its expenses and revenues. But for council, because we get our money differently, like in a normal business, you basically, it's revenue minus expenses, and what's left you might reinvest as capital expenditure. For a council, we work out what we want to do, look at the funding. Some of the funding will be subsidies on our operating expenses, some will be subsidies on our capital expenses. There'll be, we've got all these jam jars all around the show for depreciation and jam jars for development contributions, financial contributions. So we work out the funding, and then the balance that's left is then rates, and that comes to council, and then we have discussions but so what we've done in the monthly financial reports is we've divided them, because it can become quite confusing if we had the column that said subsidies and grants. It's suddenly really large. You can see there was a huge profit, but it's not really a profit because the money coming in from NZTA is, or Waka Kotahi, is to fund the roading. So we're really precise in how we fund things. So that's why we split it. If you want it to be changed to a normal profit and loss, we can provide that too. And I'll just introduce the Vili Kayakova. She produces these figures each month, and yeah, for us. So when we come, and also when we have to report in our financial documentation, it's by statute that you report against the annual plan, not against any reforecast or you know, by way of splitting your capital. We have to do it the New Zealand Institute of Accounting way. So that's, but you'll see on the first statement of the financial report that we do have a forecast there with key changes having been made, which is really just putting in the capital carried forward. And one of the questions is, why were we carrying so much capital forward? And that's really because 2 years ago, our capital was far higher than we've ever had. Prior to the commissioners, or during the commissioners' time, it's probably 10 to 13 million in total, our capital. Prior to 2 or 3 years ago, it's probably 20 million, of which 18 million was roading. But that changed when the government started giving us, there was opportunities for us to get funds from the government, which we just grabbed. And for that, because of that, capital and the amount that for construction went up, but not all of it could actually physically be constructed, and therefore it's carried forward. And that's why we've got quite a bit. And when it comes to next week, when I show you the annual plan, I'll show some graphs so that you can actually understand what's been happening. But we are not as ambitious now, and also the money's dried up from government. So there's not as much we can get. So that's the reason why we large carry forward.
Councillor Vincent, question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think part of the explanation too is that we prioritised the money where there was grant available from council. If we didn't spend it, we'd lose it, as opposed to the stuff that's business as usual type things that we're providing for.
That's correct. We focused on trying to meet the commitments to MB and complete the projects that we'd received funding in from them. So we're in a really good position. So the first part of this report basically is your operating. So it's money coming in, what's coming in from rates, what's coming in from, and what the expenses are. And you can see when you look at the year to date, most of those are green. And some of them, there's operating costs, there's an aberration there because we've had some one-off costs. So just go through and see. There was a question on professional services, and what we'll do is come back to you on the explanation for that and just break it down. So professional services broken down into the various areas so you can understand it better. So look, we'll do that for you and send it back in an email after the meeting. Operating costs, I had a question on the swimming pool grant. So that was approved by the previous council and it was agreed about 3 months ago. I believe it comes to council annually and the council gets to decide. And also the management of the pool comes to talk to council about what they've achieved or what they're going to achieve with the money. So on the first sort of on that, so no, I'll keep going. So then the debt, and that's on, I haven't got the page because so we're at page 5, but I'm sure it is if you've got.
337.
337, okay, public debt and requirements, just to point out to there. So I'll go through our position at the 31st of October. So external debt, and that's what we owe to the local government funding agency, it's $44 million. On top of that, we've actually got, at that point in time, 23 million in the bank. We won't have now because we just paid 6 million for some land in Mangawhai. So, but at that time we had 22 million. So if you look at it, our net amount, it's a really good position in, it's really only $21 million. But what we've actually got is we owe money. We also owe, we have development contribution reserves and other reserves that there's money that, other reserves are things like financial and depreciation reserves. So they're actually in funds. We've been getting a lot more of those, and that's actually what is supposed to be driving our cash deposits. So we actually have to, if the council decided they wanted to spend all the money in the other reserves, we'd have a bit of well, not a problem because we've got the cash there. But then at that stage, we might have to borrow some more money. So in the bottom part, we look at our public debt is 44 million. The obligations that we've got is 26, and that's basically how much money we would have to spend through other if those reserves were committed, and then less the cash in the bank. So in a worst case scenario, we'd have to borrow 47 million, but we don't have to because we've got money in these jam jars. So we're in a good position.
Net, but it's not.
Thank you, Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A couple of quick questions, Sue. If I go back on your operating and capital performance, we're on an annual plan forecast at 53% of the cost being employee benefits and professional services. That's of total expense. So how does that align with other councils generally or councils our size?
I think it depends on what they have insourced and what they have outsourced for a start, because some councils can be different. At New Plymouth District Council, I can tell you that everyone who mowed the grass was an employee of New Plymouth District Council, so there was no
external.
Yeah, so the employees' bill obviously went up. So you'd have to know that.
And has that been trending up here in recent years? That total, that 53%?
Yes, it definitely has been, because our growth has been trending up. So, yes, we've had professional services in our asset management, getting people in to actually examine the assets that we've got, try and find out the condition. We've had consultants that we have in doing the assessments for our building consent that come in, not the inspections part, assessing plans, because there's an increase in volume there. And we've also had an increase in consultants with the use of resource consent purposes, because we've been growing there and we can't manage it and we can't get the staff. So I think possibly the detail that Councillor Naya has asked for, with what are the professional services relating to, that might give you a bit more understanding.
Yep. And can I just, through you, Mr Mayor, just add to that briefly. So it's really hard, as you've heard, to compare apples with apples here. Sure. But I'm going to do exactly that, as a matter of fact. And like staff numbers, we did some work last term around the numbers of staff in comparison to similar sized councils. And we are very much at a moment on a par with those similar sized councils as well. I mean, it's rudimentary, because there are, pluses and minuses, of course, depending on what service you deliver, but we're on a par with them at the moment.
By the same token, where do we sit with, I remember there was some discussion regarding the staff turnover in some positions were not being filled and they were not going to be filled. Is that the case?
So through you, Mr Mayor, whenever some people resign, whenever we get resignations through, we're going through quite a rigorous process around whether or not we recruit for that position, and if we need to or not recruit to.
Right.
I do have something, Howard, if I may. On the capital items, capital expenditure and capital revenue, so there's a deficit there of 13 odd million. Is that the amount that we're short of through DCs? i.e., would increased DCs sort that out?
No, that's not to do with that. I might have to do a bit of investigation and look at that one.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that? I'll keep going. So the page with the coloured discs on them about the council spending, so you can see that our budget, a long-term plan said we'd only have 27 million of work to do. Our annual plan says 37, but in actual fact, and that's because of the fact the 37 was higher, because there was more projects added in. But then what we've actually found is that we've got carry forwards, and it's actually up to 62 million. And when you look at it, 7 million of 62 million is bound to be carry forwards at the end of this year. So we want to get into a better position where basically we actually can do the work that we've told the community that we're going to do. We're not there yet. It's going to be, I think it's going to take another year before we get there.
Good.
Okay. Have we finished on the finance?
I did, if I may, Mr Mayor, one more question on that last page, page 6. Your transportation, all in 22 million, so significantly the largest amount. Is this not is it roading?
Yes,
Just roading?
yes, a bit of spend is on roading, but obviously,
That includes the money from NZTA?
yes, it's the project, that's what we use it for. It's the, not all the money, because some of their money is just in repairs and maintenance, repairing potholes, doing things that are considered repairs rather than renewals, which are more of a capital long-term measure. But what it does also include is the shared path. It includes the Kaihu Valley Trail. It includes wood streets in there as well.
Okay.
Which are roading, changes to roading.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll move on to building and resource consents. We do have a high performing BC and RC. The graph is actually at 6 months. So when you get to the year 22, 23, it's not comparable because you're not at 6 months yet. But we are holding our own and doing well. We're slightly down on applications received, slightly down on last year, but not considerably. Someone asked on the next diagram down, building consent applications received over the past 4 years, why there's a dip in December, January, and that's because we closed down for 20 days, it's a statutory time period. I think it's from about the 20th of December. Basically, you can't put in any consents between, whether it's building or resource consents, between the 20th of December through to about the 20th of January, because everyone's on holiday in this. So
Through the mayor, just to add to that, the dip in the April thing is the Easter holiday break too, which creates that problem. And that's constant across all councils in the north.
Through Mr Mayor, please again. So the red line for this current year for building consents, and it reflects in consent values, the next type, is that our first signal that really in recent months we're starting just being cautious about the downward numbers of consents coming through, economic influences, etc.?
through the mayor, yes, it is. I mean, I believe it is because it's people not wanting to spend any money on the building, but they still are coming through at the resource consent. So
yeah,
people are still wanting to get the sections established, go through that process. But then you've got individuals are not willing to invest in buildings, and you can. But the when you get to the one about value, it's because it's commercial and more building type amendments. People are doing alterations to their buildings rather than new buildings. So that's really which are of less value. So that's why you're seeing that. But it is the first indication because we haven't seen it in resource consents. If anything, that's
noticed it.
Proposals are just okay. So building consents processed within statutory timeframes. We've seen it's high. They're improving. And when they are don't meet them, they're actually only 1 or 2 days over, so it's not a big thing. And there's no financial penalty. The code of compliance, we talked about that. That's actually it hasn't got better in the most recent ones, but we're keeping a careful watch on that. And there's no penalties for that, but obviously we want to give a good service. The resource consents. Going onto that, you can see that's still high. And within the statutory timelines, we haven't met that. And sometimes they can tend to be more than a couple of days. They might be a few weeks over. And there's a financial penalty. And just for your information, we've paid $15,000 back to those people who have paid for resource consents since the beginning of the year. So it's something really key that we've got to watch. Yeah, we're really conscious of it because we don't want to lose money.
Councillor Lambeth, you have a question?
Through the mayor, the ratio from building consents and resource consents and that ratio, how does that compare with other councils?
I haven't looked at that. I mean, we're just the highest growth. So I can tell you that we're the highest growth. So I imagine it's similar. I'm just concentrating on ourselves. Like we know we're one of the. Next week I'll show you a diagram where we're actually, in the, I think it's burnt orange of New Zealand, which means we're in the top top 3 councils.
So
Growth.
I'd be really interested to know on how many percentage of building consents trigger a resource consent and how that compares with other councils.
Yeah, we would be quite interested in that too, but we don't actually get that information. It's not published. Resource consent information is published. Like the MFE, I think it is, they publish all the information, but you can't always get building consent information from councils easily, except if they've published it in their account reporting, which not a lot of councils do. Okay. So we're still under real pressure there, and especially in our resource consents because we haven't got people in seats and we're having to use consultants, which I think we're going to have to do for a long time. And then the next thing is the customers.
Councillor Collins asked about the digital channels.
Yes, I was just interested to know what they included.
So that's all of our emails, external websites, so requesting for services through our external websites, and also our Antino app, we can drop, and also Facebook.
Does include Facebook.
Does include Facebook.
Ooh, thank you.
So sorry, this is just a stylistic thing for the graph, but can we have like a total? Because from the current one, it looks like KDC is doing really well. There's a lot of communications occurring, but I can't quite see just at a glance what the total increase is in communications. So like under digital, if you just had a
total.
A total.
Yeah.
Moving on that basis.
So is there any more questions on that before we move on to the capital expenditure?
I think there was one question from Councillor Nair about the Mangawhai opening hours. So we have had no request for opening hour extensions.
That's not mine.
Oh, no, that was Nat.
You, sorry. So we've had no requests for extensions to our Mangawhai opening hours, and we have less than 50% of the foot traffic in Mangawhai that we get over in Dargaville. So our hours currently reflect that.
So through the mayor, does our increase in digital, and I mean it's wonderful to see, to use that, but is that having any impact on staff numbers in that sphere?
It hasn't yet, no. We are looking at digital transformation to see what support and efficiencies we can achieve.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go on to the last couple of pages, which are about capital projects. And I'll try and go through the quick ones and try and pull out some of the questions as we go. So as I say, there's a huge list of capital expenditure. Some of the, and what happens at the end of the year is we get our project managers to tell us what their accruals are, and sometimes they don't quite get it right, or they've recoded stuff and you get a few negatives. So you've accrued at the end of the year for something and then the invoice doesn't come through. That's why there's a negative. It's not a big thing, but and also what's happened this particular year is if there's projects that they thought were going to be finished.
Can you say that again?
Accruals.
Okay, the accruals. So at the end of the year, we get our project managers to tell us how much has been done that we have to accrue for in the accounts, because the auditors want to make sure that all the work that's been done has been charged to us.
Right.
So they make some estimates, and sometimes the bills don't come through that are exactly the same.
And that's how we get a negative.
That's how you get a negative.
Yeah.
So I can feel the pain. Okay, carry on.
But, you know,
My brain
engineers, I think it hurts them too.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll go through, so that's about that one. Then Poto Wharf, so the first large one you can see there, which is 2.3 million, is the budget, and we've spent 400. And I think there was something about, isn't this going slowly? Now, they've had some issues getting the piles in. They had to get a new machinery, that a hammerhead that did 1 million tonnes, which was in New Zealand apparently. They've now got nearly all the piles. They're working in the tides. And they're working down at the tidal area at the moment and with the weather. So it has been slow. They still think it'll be finished by about March. Okay, so, and they've also been working with NTA on the connection. So there's putting in car parks, the pathway there to go straight up to the wharf, so it can be easier recreation facility. So, and that's taking some time working through those and doing that at the same time. Okay, moving down, the HR or CapEx is obviously capital expenditure. HRS is the human resources system, and we've got money there. We've done payroll and we've done some, I think training, and I'm not sure what else is left, but there must be something left in that system to implement. Then we've got TIACA, that's our records management system. So when the commission is finished, we basically had no IT in council. One of them was no records management system, and the amount of records that we have is just enormous. And so that they were either paper records or they were just put in the P drive, and everyone had their own filing system. So now we've got a better filing system, improved filing system too, and that's what it's called, TIACA.
Question, does that mean that it came in under budget?
No, what it will, I'm pretty sure it did come under budget, but problem with this column, and we might have to look at which ones carry forwards and different, like the new projects, you know, it's a total budget, whereas some of this is actually costs that have come through from last year.
Because we can't see from this what's really going on.
Okay, we'll have a look at that and work out and discuss a better way, but this is the first time it's you know, been brought together for this financial year. Okay, SCADA, that's a telemetry system for our wastewater and water system, so that if something goes wrong, the bells go off and it wakes up the contractor to tell them to go out and have a look. Other big ones.
So just, excuse me, yeah, on that SCAD. So it's been completed.
Yes.
For probably a fifth of the cost of the overall budget, is that right or not? Am I reading something wrong there? 162, 10,000 completed? Or is that 10,000 of that has been completed?
No, 162,000 must be what they thought was the money that they put in the, because that's the problem. Yeah. We have to put something out in our annual plan as to what's, because it has to go out to the community. But what happened, and you do that at around about March, you're finalising the figures, but it's not until June till they know what the carry forward is. Okay. So in actual fact, what's happened is the SCADA's been completed. It was actually under budget, but it was, they weren't that far under budget. It was probably about 150.
But so that's a big win.
Yeah. Yeah,
right, that's right. Okay, I'm just trying
to think next time I might actually put the ones that are completed in the column. We make it easy, so you just monitor the ones going forward that because this has got everything and it is difficult for you to manage. Okay, the next one I'm going to go down to is Kopu Strike Bank. So that's under flood protection and land drainage. That's a huge project that we got external funding for.
Excuse me, if I may please, Sue. Replacement vehicles, 7 per annum. At that cost, I'm looking at that we're paying cash for them, are we, rather than leasing?
Yes, we do, because all of government is really, we get a lot of discount.
Okay, so it is.
Yep, I wish we could all buy our vehicles through all of government, but no, it's only
big discount.
Okay, so Te Kopu Stop Bank, it's a project putting, obviously based Te Kopu, it's about stop banks. It's a huge project. I think we asked for something far more money, $12 million. The government only gave us about 3 million. There's a paper to come to you because we've done some trial works, but we know it's still going to be the 12 million, and there's no point proceeding with it when there's Raupo stop banks, which we know we could actually complete that if we transferred some money. So there'll be a paper coming to you in December about that. So the Raupo stop banks, we're planning to, the Raupo gate, we're planning to replace one of the gates there. Yeah. Okay, moving down, Monteroto toilet. Okay, that happens to, for some reason, come in twice, because I can see it sometimes it's got -945, but down below it's got some. This has been the longest toilet project in the world.
This is Makarata.
And part of it's because of the fact that initially, when they went to the community, there were two options for the site. They'd already taken down the toilet, and they decided, the community decided they want to put back in the same area, but there were so many issues with underground wiring and that were unknown, and it was time at the very beginning. We're just about completed. In fact, we're hoping to have the opening in December before Christmas. Part of the delay there was once it finally got built, there was an issue with the pathway, and there was pooling of water, and also the grade was not right for wheelchairs. So we've had to we've had to redo the path there. So.
Oh, is that we or the contractors had to?
Contractor, they're speaking to the contractor.
Who's paying for it?
Yeah.
The redoing?
My understanding is it's the contractors.
Yeah.
We have awesome contractors. I know all about it.
They should do it. So that's been probably the longest and the most expensive toilet anyway, but despite this, because of, we've had to navigate the wires and everything under the ground that they didn't know were there.
Michelle, just, it's a Christmas parade on the 17th, just so you know.
Before then. Today, because I drove past and they've got the digger out digging.
They have been back at it, yep.
Okay, so it will be finished. Yeah, we had 4 toilets now, and that was a real challenge juggling it, but we're used to toilets now when we're onto it. Okay. Mangawhai upgrading units, those are actually the pensioner units. It's only part of the cost. I'll be talking to you about those next time, because the cost we put in over the 2 years was 650 for 2 years. It's now gone up to, so that's 1.3, it's now gone up to 2.2.
Question, is there any plan to upgrade the Dargaville pension unit?
So my understanding is that they were done up about 10, 15 years ago. I'm not sure. I mean, it could be, yeah, I don't know the status. It's not under my, I'm not under, property's not under me, but.
I'd love to see some photos of the comparison of Mangawhai versus the.
Nothing done to the Mangawhai unit at all.
Pretty rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, as they say.
Nothing. Whereas I think we took out a loan, which was like about 10 to 15 years ago to do up. But I can check that. I'll come back to you on that, Pira. I'll put that in my note to you as well. Okay. Kaiwaka Bush Kauri Park. I don't know how that got in there because when I asked everyone in engineering, they said that's an NRC project. I think NRC were hoping we put some money into it, but we certainly hadn't figured that we put any of that when we designed the LTP. So we're just saying it's not our project. And then the environmental protection and enhancement, 100,000. My understanding that's going to Arana toilet that's been closed for quite some time, and so they're going to use it to hopefully that'll meet the price. Any other thing? The other thing about the some of the projects, we've actually just recently put in some applications for grants. So like Kaiwaka Rangio Road Park Development, we've got some TIF money for that. So that's generally when that comes in, TIF fund, it's smaller amounts of money to 100 to 150.
TIF funders.
Tourism infrastructure.
Yeah, tourism infrastructure fund. So yeah, so the Kaiwaka Rangiora Road Park Development, that's proved to be more expensive, and we'll be telling you about that as well, but in actual fact, we've been able to fund it by grants in other ways. Mayor's Skate Bowl, you'll see that's being done at the moment, so that'll be spent. Is there any other big ones? They're going right down to stormwater, the Mangawhai Town Plan, Wood Street. That's stormwater there because it does pond there when it rains. That's going to be done at the same time as they do the road, so that won't be till sometime middle of next year, I imagine. They're just getting the plans in now, and you'll be pleased to know there's no, from what I can see, there's no roundabout at the end of the pizza place. What else?
Can I just make a comment while you look through the chair? It sounds like there's a lot of projects that end up becoming more than what they originally said. So is there a, I don't know how to say it nicely, but are they tendering lower than what they know that the work's going to be to get the contract? And then
it doesn't have it, no. So what happens is the project, you come up with an idea, it's scoped to a certain extent, but you don't know the detail because you haven't had it designed. So then you go to concept design and you get a value there. Then when you go to the detailed design, which is when you can then go to the tender, and they're usually done as two parts. You'll tender the design of something with a particular firm. Once you've got that, you can go back. But we have to make an estimate. You're talking about a long-term plan for 10 years. And so the engineering people have to make this long-term estimate with their best of knowledge. But so it will change and it gets more definitive. And a lot of the time you get people adding, oh, if you're doing that, do this. Like the Poto Wharf, we're putting in roading there, or Bailey's Beach, there's some extra things going in there. So, okay, so that's how it is. So it may seem that sometimes we don't, well, it is in actuality.
Can I just add, I just want to.
Karen Wilson-Collins?
Yeah, I'll just add to that. The complications over the past few years as well has been that prices have gone up for everything. And every budget that we had set was, so that's a difficulty that we're dealing with right now as well, just to add to why.
Yeah, the supply chain at the moment, everyone's capital. So it's not just us, it's everyone as well.
Councillor Lambert?
Through the mayor, do you ever have fixed price contracts or do you try to go down that avenue or?
Yes, you can, but there's always variations because they like this Poto Wharf. If they find there's something when they put the final pile in and it means, I mean, I don't think we had to pay more to get this $1 million, this 1 in a million hammer, but there can be things like that where they suddenly find the ground. So there are things.
Yeah, but the more simpler projects, would you get like?
No, you get a fixed price, but there always could be variations.
Okay.
You know, the ground's not like what you thought it was because you've got a certain project, or community come in and wants something changed.
Yep.
Just like your own kitchen at home. You know, your wife wants something different.
Who you been talking to?
Okay. On the next page, we'll just go right down the project that's the biggest there is the Mangawhai Shared Pathway. That project is, you can see they're working on it at the moment. They're coming up to the bridge. They'll take a month's break over Christmas because there's too many people here, so they want to make it two-way again. After, back in late January, they'll come back in and they'll do the bridge because the ferry turn nesting season's over. The next big project is Wood Street, and that's going to be done, as I said, likely to be mid-year. Kaihu Valley Trail, that's one that's non-going, it's got external funding at the moment. So I think we've got 2 million of external funding confirmed. And that's up north. And
Sorry, through the
Question?
how close are we to getting full funding? Because it was about 9 million, wasn't it? We had 3 or 5, and so it's another 2 million on top of that we've got.
yeah, I think we might have got 4 million to date so far, and there's been, it depends on when the government comes in to give grants, and there's been nothing that they've come in for extra grants. In fact, they've come out with the National Land Transport has come out and said they're refocusing. They're not into walking, they're into walking and cycling, but in towns. That's where those projects. We may not, so it may not be coming from Wakakotahi we've seen in the past.
And is part of that open? Part of the cycle trail open yet, or was it?
I understand it is, but it's not.
They're doing it in stages, aren't they?
Yeah, they're doing it in stages, and we're putting in some bridges at the moment. You know, Ahi Kiwi Bridge and another one, which I can't recall the name of, is there's 2 bridges to go. So yeah, there's different parts of it at the moment, and we're just negotiating with the start with the lessees of the New Zealand Rail, because we're going to start it basically following the rail trail there in Dargable. Okay. And I think the only other thing is the balance tank. That's something, it's actually 5.1 million is the total cost, but obviously 4 million was brought forward for this year. It's going really well. We actually connected it up yesterday and I'm really worried about it, but it's not, they haven't got everything finished. It's still going to be, I think they're hoping sometime February finished, but they've got the walls up and starting to fill in they've got the valves connected, but they've got to fill in what goes inside the balance tank. So that's really good. The golf club, extensions to reticulation, including the new disposal system. That's the golf club. They've been doing testing on the 12th and 14th hole. That's right, Mr. Howard?
And practice viewing.
Yeah, and looks really good. So there'll be a report coming to council about it at some stage. There was a question about what is the PSK rising. That's Jackboard Drive.
Yeah.
And in actual fact, although it says there's no budget, it should probably go against the same budget as the extensions to reticulation. It's really, that's what it is, it's reticulation.
Sorry, question, Station Road reticulation, budget insufficient. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Okay. Station Road is the Marai and council, and the Marai has issues when there's
Yeah, I understand all of that. I'm just.
Okay, so the council put in 200,000 as potentially getting them to join our scheme. It was basically funded by debt. There was no contributions coming from the Marai itself. What we've done an investigation and our GM infrastructure has been working with the Marai. He's found a simpler solution, which is they've got a lot of land out back, so they could actually just do that. They'd need to get some money from somewhere, obviously, because
I don't think Anand, understands that the land that he's identified as being significant is separate interest to the marae. So the marae is a reserve, and then the land that he's identified is an estate.
Okay, look, I don't know the details of that, but what I do know is we don't normally fund maraes that aren't connected to us. But we did put this amount in, and it would have to come back to council because it's to connect it, I think, is just about triple the price now. That's the issue. And that's why he came up with a simpler solution. I don't know the complexities of that.
Well, I just wonder if the new multi-purpose zone and the exposure draft might go some way to alleviating all of the finances associated with it, because there is already the marae already has money and already has a design for a wastewater scheme that the council said wasn't compliant. But so just.
I think that's a discussion for another day at this point, otherwise we're going to run on. Yeah.
Okay. Moving down, I think, so when you see the, try and look at WTP as water treatment plant or WWTP as wastewater treatment plant.
Yep.
Try and look at making it simpler. That's really the capital projects.
The chair, and I think I asked the question as well. This $400,000 have been set aside for Bailey's Beach parking, and actually his worship along with the other councillors visited them, and GM infrastructure was with us, and the parking is a demand of Bailey's Beach Society, the car parking at that area. And at that point, it was mentioned that it's not a possibility. So how come we have the money set aside, 400,000 for this project?
So it must have been identified as a project in the long-term plan that there's some projects at Bailey's Beach and to do with connectivity.
So it can be done.
Not
So
necessarily.
no, there's some money there. What's happened is that Bailey's Beach have said, no, the problem's bigger. They've got more things they want resolved. We're working through that with them. We're currently, I think, designing,
It was.
got someone doing design for us, the signage to go up.
Yeah, we know that, yeah, signage and
So the-
toilets and cheese gorge.
So
Yeah.
So the general manager infrastructure is working with that. We keep contact with the Bailey's Beach. We're in constant contact. So they know where the project's going.
Thank you.
Thank you. That wrapped up? Yeah, thank you.
Move and second up.
Very good. So I've got a mover and a seconder up there. Put this to the vote, please. Okay, all those in favour, so
Aye.
aye. Against? Carried. Okay, where are we now?
Last item, Mr Mayor.
Very good. Last item, which is the resolution register.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So if you just get a mover and a seconder, and I'll explain the resolution register really quickly to you. You're just noting it as well.
I can move it.
Okay, councillor Mayo. And the seconder, please?
Oh,
Councillor.
good on you, mate. Good on you.
Councillor Williams.
Let's not fight it.
Okay, through you, Mr Mayor, it's been a long day, so we've got a couple of questions from councillors. I just want to explain this for you. I mean, obviously, when you make a decision, it's reported back to you and with progress on it, and then we report it as being completed, and hopefully the whole idea is that it falls off the register and we move on in life, okay? There are a couple of outstanding ones there. As far as the questions go, and I might call on our team as well, so councillor Naya, you asked about reference 4, which was Dome Valley. Yes, so that's basically finished now and put into that process is done. So that will be completed and will fall off.
But it's still showing.
Yep, so we're going to show you, we should have showed you it's completed and then it disappears. Fair point. You also asked about reference number 8 regarding waste minimisation, and this is where I'm going to have to phone a friend as far as the contract goes. Sue, do you know or not?
Yes.
The contract goes.
The contract was extended to October 23 by the last council. But in actual fact, we're probably going to have to extend it through to June 24 because we're looking at a different strategy. But GEM infrastructure is coming to council on every meeting to talk about the strategy. By July.
Thank you, Sue.
This should be any changes to what currently happens until 1st of July 2024.
Okay. And there's a link to that conversation, the annual plan conversation that we're going to have next week as well. Councillor Wilson Collins, you asked a couple of questions. Reference 6, Jack Lloyd Drive. Understanding is that's coming to the council meeting as part of an omnibus infrastructure report for that. So that's the 14th of December, council meeting.
Okay.
Kaihu Valley Trail easement. Should this be merged with the other reference? Yes.
Oh.
Happy days. Reference 25 regarding the resource management appeal for the 68 lot subdivision. I think it's it's Devitt Road. Hey, I don't think, do you have an update for this?
Yeah. On Friday.
Okay.
Is that a plan change or?
No, it was a resource consent to the environment court. No, the hearing, commissioner. They have, and there was lots of adjacent neighbours that have called. It's happened, so the adjacent neighbours. So it's not amount of money, it's not interested in funds. So what we've done is planning authority to make a decision on that.
Okay. Thank you, Sue. Reference 30 plus 31, have no status or comment. Yeah, that's pretty fair. They're going to simply be completed. Their decisions have been made. There's nothing really for us to do. So they will be completed. And your last one was about reference number 32. And that was about the Mangawhai Sports Ground opportunity. So, yes, so we've finalised that purchase.
That was
yeah, 100%, right? It was a speedy process, that one. As part of that process, the owner's allowed to graze on it for 2 years. as well, to give us that time to consult with the community as part of their long-term plan about what they want to see, what facilities they want to see, and what type of sports grounds, all that sort of carry on. There needs to be a significant amount of input in that space, and it'll also cover off funding mechanisms for that to happen too. Cool as. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I didn't have any other questions, but does anyone have any other questions before we wrap?
Okay, let's put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All against? Okay, motion carried. I'll close the meeting. Thank you.
Well done. Well done.
Well, that's fine. Spread out a bit, yeah.